Nothing like a warm, muggy day, eh? Yeah, nothing like a warm, muggy day. What's up, everybody? How are ya? Mike Perdomo says hello. It's getting really hot, temperatures in the 90s and 40s, and we're having horrible fires. That's true. Hi, Roblox. Hi, Kevin. Welcome in, everybody. Matt Man, Storm Chaser Mark in the house, and a pleasant good day to you as we are rocking and rolling here at DFW. A little bit of haze from some earlier storms, plus the sun is right above us, so once the sun gets towards the west side, the visibility usually improves. So welcome into DFW. I can't even remember what episode we're officially on. I'm gonna go 509 of Pip's Plane Spotting Live. I have to condense the intro. But welcome in, Jacob. Thank you so much, Matthew. G'day. Oh no. Well, hopefully we can cheer you up, Matthew. We are here for you, and we can do what we can. Kevin Stanhope, what's up? What is happening, everybody? Glenn Christie, hello, hello. It is a blustery one. Joaquin says hello from Mexico. Bienvenidos, Joaquin. Jim Rockford from the Rockford Files checking in. We are here, and we are glad to have you aboard as we check out this E175. Hey, Michael V. Andre, great to see you, and thank you so much for starting off the show with a great contribution. Appreciate you as always, Michael, for your generosity. Starting off the show strong, just like that.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you, Michael. And Matthew, if you want to email me, you can, pipsplanespottinglive@gmail.com. Kevin asks, how many planes are there at UPS? Well, let's see, Kevin. We've got the 747-8. Looks like we've got 3 767s over here. And then it looks like we got another 767 and maybe an A300 and a 757 down there at UPS Miniport. So, welcome in, everybody. A pleasant hello on Monday. I'll do my best as I start to get back into the groove after basically a month off. I know we had that pop-up show, but I definitely, I'm sure I'm a little bit rusty. And we've got a nice breeze coming directly at us here, a south flow day, so it should be a great day for viewing. Temperatures are in the low to mid 90s with nice humidity for us. So, yes, we are here and we'll be keeping an eye on the action for you. You're welcome, Roblox. Happy birthday to you last week. I also missed another birthday. Craig Smith, I believe, was the 14th of June when I was off. Well, I'm doing a live stream on YouTube. Yeah.
Do you do the YouTube videos?
Yeah. Good. Aaron says, hey, great to see you back. Well, thank you, Aaron. Great to be back. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you, Lynn, taking care of our great viewers. Lynn and Matt Man doing a great job, and Parker as well. Texas Girl says, Texas Girl, Pip, I'm sitting in the parking lot of the stadium at Arlington. Uh-oh, we got some World Cup action going on, so, yep. Scott from Pennsy Plains says hello from the East Coast. Thank you, Scott. Hello to you, sir. I watched your DCA show. Excellent job there at Gravelly Point. Craig Smith, was your birthday the 14th, Craig Smith? I think I remember it. I can look on my calendar, but just offhand, we were wishing Roblox a happy birthday too last week. Yeah, it's a wet heat. Thank you, Scott. I gotta come up with a sign or like a QR code. So we had. So we had actually some thunderstorms that rolled in around 7:30 this morning. There were a few diversions, not like last week, like last Friday. And we're hoping that any flare-up or pop-up thunderstorms will stay to the north and east of us, but we can't rule out that possibility. So we'll keep an eye on the weather. But otherwise, should be a nice day of plane spotting. We had a couple of interesting delayed flights this morning. I was looking. Not only did Air France divert, but also Turkish Air en route. So we have two delayed international flights. Air France usually shows up about 1:30. I did not see them take off just yet. I think they diverted to Dublin. Or maybe that was Turkish, but Turkish is on the way, so they should arrive, I think, around 3:30. Look at that, Scott Kuiper from Penzi Planes supporting the channel 19 months.
You might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Oh, excellent, Craig. Glad to hear you had a great birthday. Jacob, we should be here on the 30th. We'll be here the next couple weeks. So we will be here for at least the next couple weeks. So again, going back to those two en route diversions, Turkish we usually expect around like 12. Between 12 and 1, so I think that'll land more around 3 o'clock, and then the Air France diversion, I believe, was a medical emergency, so that'll land. I don't know if it's taken off yet or if it's a maintenance diversion, but just FYI. Thank you, Hans. So we'll keep a close eye on everything. Oh, Hans gifting a membership. Thank you so much, Hans, all the way from Norway.
You might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you very much, Hans, for gifting that membership, and congratulations to MC Freer 67. So hopefully we should have a good day, the weather and everything. If you see a special livery on the way, of course, make us aware, let us know. We might be able to do that, Jacob. We might be able to do that. Well, it depends on let's see, June 30th would be Tuesday. We might be able to do that. That would be next Tuesday. Danielle, good morning, or good afternoon. Well, yeah, it's still morning, 17 minutes to go. Good morning. Mark from Columbus says hello, hello. What's up, Mark? You know, one of the things I didn't realize and I was thinking about is, you know, there's a lot of World Cup people checking out Founders Plaza too, which is pretty awesome. So we'll see a lot of visitors. Mike Stone's been a member for 22 months. Thank you so much for your continued support.
You might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Qantas does show close to on time. It's a little delayed, about a half hour, but we should have our first 380 of the day in about an hour and 15. Right now, we've got a big departure queue. One, in part, because there's a lot of planes, because 11 is a very busy hour for departures here at DFW. But there was also a bird strike on the departure runway, so 18 left. So they were all stacked up. So there's a little bit of a delay there. The birds were removed by airside ops on 18 left, but that's why we have quite a bit of aircraft over there. Oh my gosh, Texas girl. Thank you so much.
I might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you so much, Texas girl, for your generosity. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to, Texas girl, it's been a while since I broadcasted, so I'm a little rusty. But thank you, as always, for your amazing generosity. Thank you, and it was great to see you. We got to hang out with Texas girl for a couple hours on Friday. She was kind enough to stop by when we did our little pop-up show, and now she says she's down by the AT&T Stadium, or what's called Texas Stadium now, for World Cup action. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit, give you a better idea of how many departures we have waiting. So there's quite a few, as you can see, here beyond for 18 left. Looks like that 737 might have to go back to the gate. Beanie Aviation says hello. And Parker brings up the fact that they actually had to do reverse flow. So they were, Parker, I was scared. I was like, oh no. I did see that after the weather blew through. They went to north flow. But I did look at the Taft terminal area forecast. They did say there would be south winds today. So thank goodness they changed flow just in time. I bet there were a lot of business jets, Scott Kuiper says, during World Cup action in Philadelphia. That would make total sense. And I see we got the Breeze Boys. There's the Breeze Boys and their A220-300. Still flying. That's a good sign. They're still flying the Provo route. I think it's 2 years old. Provo route's about 2 years old almost. So congratulations to Breeze for keeping the flight going. Well, thank you, Kevin. Maybe one day I'll find a Mrs. Pip that says the same thing. But Liam's buddy, what's up, Liam? All the way from Ireland, been a member of Premium Economy for 17 months. You're a gentleman and a scholar.
How's your mother, by the way?
So I brought a cooler today. We'll see how my water and hydration goes. I've got lots of water, so I'll try and be judicious. Scott Kuiper will be pleased to know that I have Chipotle, the old chicken bowl. And if you didn't get a chance, I gave a full explanation on why I moved on from Tucson, and it's in my community section, the posts on the channel page. So I gave you a full explanation. I know there were some questions, so I did my best to answer them, and we'll be happy to answer any questions as best as I can. So finally back in DFW. Hope everybody had a fantastic Father's Day and enjoyed the opportunity to remember those who have been a positive influence, male influence in our lives. Looks like United crossed over to the other side just to kind of keep the bridge clear, it looks like, because as you can see, traffic's starting to back up there over by the Breeze. Oh my goodness, Moose Turtle gifting 5 memberships. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Moose Turtle.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Guys, rock. Thank you so much. Appreciate that generosity. We kind of see what we can do with this channel over the next couple of weeks. So yeah, we'll be here at least the next couple of weeks. at least through the Independence Day holiday here in the United States, which is July 4th. And we'll kind of go from there. Our next scheduled show will be on Wednesday. I don't know what time yet, but I'm thinking most likely that'll be at Love Field. We might do an evening pop-up show tomorrow night. We'll see how tired I am from today. But yeah, our next scheduled show should be Wednesday. I'm thinking at Love Field. Yeah, it is morning-ish. Travis Michaels working and lurking with the Pipster. Travis, great to see you again. I've missed all you guys. Thanks for being patient. And we are here. So we'll see how, humidity. It'll be interesting because, of course, as you know, Tucson is a dry heat, as everybody likes to say. And now we get some nice humidity. I think we're going to top out around 9. I'm going to go 94 will be our high today. And we'll keep an eye out. Probably should give you some action instead of just showing you the planes hanging out. Wow, Roblox. Thank you so much. Roblox, the big 17 last week, the 1-7, and being awesome, gifting a $9.99 super chat. Roblox all the way from Fargo, representing Fargo. Excellent work, and thank you for your generosity, Roblox. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, not that, but not that one, but
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you.
that one. And oh, look at this. We got Harry Carey joining us today.
Hello again, everybody.
Harry's with us today. It is a summer chime tradition. You know, maybe that's what we need to do. We need to have Harry around in the summertime, and then we need like somebody, an NHL or NBA or NFL broadcaster joining us for the wintertime. Chaotic Bean says, hello. Has Pip announced his new home base? Nope, not yet. Not yet. Right now, this is the temporary home base. Still waiting on, let's see, waiting. Yeah, I haven't heard back. I'm expecting to hear back on the interviews, those 2 jobs later this week, and hopefully. Thank you for the alert on that, Jacob, about the thunderstorms off to the northeast. Yeah, we're going to be keeping an eye. I looked at the models, the forecast models, the radar, and it looks like for the most part we should be okay. We might have some pop-up thunderstorms to the east of us and to the north. So thank you for keeping us on the lookout, Jacob. Right. You know what? You know, my old boss was, Andrew, on those commercials, my old boss is the very first guy you see coming out of the van with the luggage. That's my former boss, Adam. So we gave him a hard time. Elk Grove Village has got 74 degrees there up near Chicago O'Hare. Okay. I'm just enjoying talking to all of you and not telling you what's coming in. So there's an A321neo landing from San Francisco. And then also an Avianca landing, an A320. Wow! Roblox, thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you. Well, I try and be nice. I apologize if I'm ever not nice. Sometimes that does happen occasionally. But for the most part, thank you. I have to give all the niceness to my parents. They taught me how to be nice. So it's all them. Well, I'm glad, Kevin, you and Todd are watching the stream again. That's awesome. It's great to be back. Gunas2 says, one of your interviews wasn't in Chicago, was it? Because if it is, I interviewed there on Wednesday. Oh, man, that's awesome. No, unfortunately not. It was not in Chicago. I would have loved to have interviewed in Chicago. But no, so great. That's congratulations. Good luck. And let's see what happens. That's outstanding. That's really exciting. You know how much I love my hometown airport. So that is exciting. Very, very exciting. The old Chicago. Yin Master says, the Yin. Yin, what's up, dude? How is San Francisco? How's FFO? How is SFO today? Seal Jason says, hi, chat. Scott Kuiper says, good luck with the interviews, and I hope you get settled soon. Thank you so much, Scott Kuiper.
I want to think about dropping him a thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your generosity. I have missed you, too. A lot, actually. I think there's a part of my heart that was missing, and, you know, it's always good talking to people, educating and entertaining. We got one, but not only one, but two Uniteds both on this side, which is kind of interesting because United is actually blocks in at Terminal E on the east side. We're on the west side here. And so I'm going to take a wild guess and say that one of these is headed to San Francisco or Denver. Benjamin Denowith says hello. Oh, that's fantastic. Benjamin letting us know he found a new job. Congratulations, good sir. That is awesome to hear. And we say bienvenidos to Avianca from San Salvador. Whoa. Nice correction there because it looks like they were about to do a go-around, but nice correction there. If you do encounter any buffering, I apologize. We'll do our best to stay on the air. Got to make sure the hotspot doesn't get too hot. So thanks for your understanding and patience. There we go. Okay. I did jinx it. Totally my fault. I did jinx it. My apologies. We're back. Life begins at 40. What's up? That's awesome, Ben, that you'll be able to travel more. I gotta shorten the connection timeout. We are still here. We're still here. Thank you, everybody. Grumpy, what's going on? Aircraft Expedition says hello from Tucson. What's up, Danimal? Oh, nice. Look at that bounce. That was some nice airtime there. Just remember to refresh the page if I cut in and out. Sometimes when the internet signal goes out, it cuts out my audio. So let me know if you guys can still hear me. Clear and sound. Clear and sound. I don't know what I'm saying. Hey, Brian S. Brian S. from Phoenix saying hello. Everybody able to hear me okay? Okay, sound is good. All right. Excellent. Okay, good. Excellent, excellent. We got one of the big boys over there at 777 getting ready to take off. And a Delta A320 landing. They are some good south winds, I'll tell you this much. And looks like we've got some fire training, some ARF training going on down there at the south end of the field. So much to show you. I always get caught up. Next arrivals are American 2899 from, oh, look at this. American 289 from one of our favorite cities.
Omaha!
That's right.
Omaha!
That'll be an interesting one. Ride with Ben. Ride with Ben says American will be deciding on a replacement for the 777-200 soon between the 787-10 and the A350-900, I believe. That will be an interesting decision. Barbara Sterling, the prop whisperer from Myrtle Beach. Hi, Barbara. Barbara Sterling, so lovely to see you. Hope everything is good in Myrtle Beach. As you can hear, we got a nice firm south wind today. So welcome in, everybody. Thank you to Roblox, Moose Turder, Michael V. Andre, Texas Girl. Thank you for your contributions, your generosity. Starting off the show strong. Again, 11 o'clock here in Dallas is a big departure hour, so we see a lot of departures coming our way. Robert Brunn says hello. Robert, how are you? I watched a little bit of the NASCAR race on Coronado Island. Definitely unique. I don't know that the drivers necessarily loved the Coronado racetrack, but we'll see. Oh, nice. Ride with Ben says he's been selling video games to keep you busy, but congrats on the new job. If you're just joining us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Apologize for that technical issue. I think that was my fault because I forgot to unplug the Wi-Fi router. So that one's on me. Randy S. says hello from Omaha. Waiting for this big 777 to take off. Don Rumsey says greetings and hello. Happy Monday to you, Don. That 777 is going to Kahului. That's right. This is about the time our Hawaiian arrivals take off. That makes sense. What do we got? A Contour here? A Key Lime Pie? Or excuse me, a Denver Air Connection? Key Lime Air? Parker letting us know that Eva Air Cargo 777 from Anchorage is on final, so look for that. That looks like Denver Air Connection colors. Well, thank you so much, Barbara Sterling. Always so sweet and kind. Grumpy says, just back from physical therapy and have an appointment for eye surgery later today, so now I can chill and watch the planes. Excellent, excellent. It's great to be back watching the planes. All right, so Parker tells us we got a 777 number 2 for arrivals. So we'll go ahead and sound our first heavy alert of the day. And that E135 or 140 there from Denver Air Connection is going to Clovis, New Mexico. All right, Aircraft Expeditions, have a great day. Take care of Tucson for me. Oh, I gotta sound the heavy alert for this one too. So this is going off to Kahului in Hawaii. Hey, just in time so that we can catch also the 777 inbound to us from Anchorage. It'll be right after this CRJ that's landing right now. Son of Ham says, good morning. Well, Don Rumsey, at least the one thing we got going for us is the fact that it is windy, so it's helped keeping things somewhat cool. And the canopy right now has me in the shade, so I like that a lot. Who's taking off next? I know, Kevin, yeah. I will see, well, probably as we're wrapping up the show. All right. Thank you, everybody, for liking and subscribing. This is episode 509 from DFW International Airport. Appreciate all of you and your generosity and time and watching the program here. And there is our 777. Let's see how it handles the wind today. Nice firm landing. I'm definitely going to smell the burnt rubber on this. Bao Bao says, hey, from Kansas City. What's up, Bao Bao? Great to have you aboard. Nice to get our first two heavies out of the way. Qantas is a little bit delayed, but we should see them here in the next hour. So our first A380 of the day. Of course, we get two here at DFW. If you do encounter buffering, it's just hopefully temporary. Just be patient, refresh the page. My signal's being difficult. It'll probably improve as the afternoon goes on. Royal Jordanian is not scheduled for today, I don't believe, Man. If I remember correctly, I think it's 5 days a week. Well, let me look. I don't believe so. No, because it flew in yesterday, so I think today is an off day. So let's look. Oh, I just got that burning rubber smell from that 777. Just hit me right in the face. Yep, Royal Jordanian. We do get it today, Man. Now the question is, will it arrive on the east side? Because I've tracked it, and a lot of times it's trapped, so it ends up landing on the east side instead of the west side. Tom, overhead spotter, what's up, dude? What is happening, man? Tom has been a member of Premium Economy for 28 months. Thank you very much, Tom, and being a great man and moderator.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Oh, and the Breeze Boy's taking off too. Here we go, the A220 heading back to good old Provo, Utah. Eddie! What is going on? Eddie's saying hello from Myrtle Beach as well. Brian Henry says, hey, Pip, you're in my neighborhood. I am in the neighborhood, yeah. And I'm sleeping in Frisco now. Roanoke, Texas. Mar Harv. Wait, let me see if I read that correctly. Mar Harv 196. Yep. Well, welcome in from Roanoke, which, if you're wondering, folks, Roanoke is north. Let's just say west. Let's go with northwest of here. Since I can't do geographical locations. Hyro says hello. Roanoke, our friend First Officer Mark lives out towards that way. I think he's up in Oh, Hazlitt area or whatnot. So, hey, SoCal Gal Outdoors 4x4, good morning to you. Excellent work multitasking there, SoCal Gal. Again, we are probably 45 minutes away from our first A380 of the day. We're just wrapping up our big departure hour here at DFW, taking off. Thanks everybody for liking and subscribing. I do see... Oh, look at that. Tim Arnold making an appearance. Tim Arnold and his twin brother, Jim Arnold. What's up, Tim? How's the weather in Denver? Is it hot and humid like it is here in DFW? Because that's what I got. Audrey says hello from Drury, Pennsylvania. Now, Audrey, I have a question. Is that the name of the town, or is it just cloudy and rainy? That's what I'm wondering. As we see our baby bus A319 take off. Marv Harv says Roanoke is sandwiched between Keller, Westlake, Fort Worth, and North Lake at 114 West. Thank you very much, Marv Harv. Tim Arnold sent a gift. Thank you very much, Tim Arnold. I think that's our first gift, Tim. Well done. SoCal Gal, there was actually rain here this morning. I was a little worried that the storms would hang around. That's actually kind of why I postponed this show. I pushed it back to like 11:45 because I was like, oh no, the weather. Uh-oh, look who it is. It's Will I Am from the Black Eyed Peas. Will checking in from Raleigh, Durham. Will Films checking in. Say, nice to see DFW action. It is nice to see DFW action, although I miss my F-16s a little bit. We do have a lot of heavy aircraft coming in, so that's really the question. Oh, nice, Tim. Glad you got a new job already and settled in. It's going to be 89 degrees, Tim says, in Denver today. Or Loveland. Loveland, north of Denver. So this is actually my second show being back at DFW. I did a pop-up show on Friday, right when I drove in from Tucson. So for those who are new to the show, welcome in. My name's Pip. This is episode 509. I'm here in DFW for at least the next 2 weeks. I guess I'm on sabbatical while I wait to hear back on some other jobs. So that's interesting. Hey, Air King Flyer, our old friend from He Michiganders over to the show. Welcome, welcome. Air King Flyer watched Stephen Colbert on the Monroe Public Television for the first time last night. And I was like, that's fantastic. I need to go to Monroe. I actually would really like to go up to Traverse City too and do like a live seasonal stream. That would be a lot of fun. Everywhere you can fly anywhere, where do you want to go? SoCal Gal asked me that, and look, we got a little special there. Our PSA friend here at the Super Hub, the Mega Hub, known as DFW. Probably the one place I would like to fly is maybe up to Vancouver. That or I've always wanted to go to London Heathrow and just plane spot there because there's so much variety. So that's a good option. Oh, and then also Japan. Japan's a good one too. Oh, really? All right, so see, Ride with Ben, you're helping me out. Ride with Ben says there's a little spotting park next to the community college next to Traverse City. Our Midwestern people are always so knowledgeable. Love it. I actually, Andrew, speaking of the PSA livery, I actually preferred it on the A319 because they originally started on the A319 and then they expanded it to the A321. As we check out this United Airlines Airbus coming in from the west. These south winds are giving the pilots a little bit of entertainment as they arrive. So our next scheduled show will be Wednesday. I think it'll probably be at Love Field, closer to downtown Dallas. We might come back here for an evening stream, maybe tomorrow night, not sure. It's been a while since I've done a humid and hot stream, so we'll see how the body feels. But yeah, our next scheduled stream will be, unless something comes up, Wednesday. I'll figure out what time. Tim says, where's the soundboard? I do have the soundboard back today, Tim. We're just waiting for that special livery to take off. As long as I'm in the shade, I think I'm okay. So where's our PSA? All right, I'm just giving an update, looking at the update for our Qantas. Looks like it's just before the top of the hour. And looks like now the Turkish says they, we'll see on this Turkish. We had it divert. Air France, if you're just joining us, Air France and Turkish had diversions related to either medical or mechanical emergencies. So we check out the big old Japan Airlines A350. Oh, are they going to the east side, crossing the bridge? We'll see. How dare they? I guess technically going to the far east. So the east side. Joe says hello from Toronto. Caroli. Joe, welcome in from Canada, our neighbor to the north. How about that? Yep. Japan Airlines crossing the bridge. The Turkish still shows on time 2:56 today. Turkish Airlines arrives after that diversion, it looks like. All right, let's see what Korean Air does. So Japan Airlines going to the east for departure. Korean Air Are you telling me this is also going to the east side? Wow. That's just rude right there. That is just rude. But in the meantime, we got our special livery PSA getting ready to take off.
Well, isn't that special?
Sure is. Can't believe both Korean Air and Japan Airlines going to the east side. Okay, Lynn, we'll see you later. Joe, yeah, this is a great spot for spotting. This place is called Founders Plaza. It's a plane spotting park here on the northwest end of the DFW airport property. It's open to the public, and I rarely see it ever closed, even though it says on Google it's closed at like 11. As long as people behave themselves, it usually stays pretty open. Oh, we got a turn and burn here, Frontier, wasting no time. Interesting, Parker. I'll have to call our friend Alex and send him a text in Fort Worth Center and be like, why is Japan Airlines and Korean Air always taking off on the east side now? We'll have to find out an explanation. Especially considering the departures are starting to lighten up here a little bit. This looks like another Hawaiian departure. Again, for you new viewers, don't know a whole lot about DFW. It's the third busiest airport in the entire world. It has 7 runways. And I think the last count, it had like 83, 84 million passengers a year. It's behind Dubai and Atlanta as the busiest airports in the world. Interesting, Parker. I did not know that, yeah. So yes, our Dreamliner here is in fact taking off to Honolulu. Damon saying hello. Damon, what's going on, man? Okay, Roblox. We'll see ya. We'll see you later. Get some good stuff at the grocery store. Thanks for your support. Hey, Rod Moyes checking in, supporting the channel at First Class Premiere for 10 minutes.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Our resident musician and guitarist, Rod Moyes, checking in. Well, Rod, you and I both know that the weather's probably better in San Diego than it is here. Even though it's not too bad, because the wind is at least blowing, but it's very hot and humid. You're in Texas. That shouldn't be surprising, though. Andy Lang saying hello. What's up, Andy? Great to have you. Andy checking in. All right, so our next heavy alert, this is taking off. I think this is 123 going to Honolulu.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
A lot of thank you notes I'm going to have to write for the generous contributions of many of you in supporting the channel today. Got a lot. There goes the Dreamliner off to Honolulu. Darwin, just in time for another heavy 777. I think 300 coming from London Heathrow. Just in time. Thank you, Rod. Rod Moy's saying it's an oppressive 70 degrees in San Diego. That sounds terrible. Thank you, Rod. All right, an interesting question. Damon asked, what do you guys think? Do you like... All right, we'll put that as our poll question, Damon. Before we do that, Joe has a good question. He says, does British Airways usually use the A380 to Dallas, or is it just for the World Cup? In Toronto, we get Emirates and Etihad A380s daily. Excellent question, Joe. The answer is it's kind of complicated, but right now we do get it for regular service. So they used to use the A380, and then they stopped because of plane issues, and then they brought it back, and then they took it away, and so I think right now it's seasonal. But as of right now, we have Qantas and British Airways flying the A380 in here. Barb G says hello from Sublette County, Wyoming. Hello, Barb G. Great to have you. Yes, Rod. It's a dry heat. Ugh. My least favorite phrase ever is dry heat. Okay, our poll question. This is purely just a poll question. So our question is, what do you think of the new United States of America Air Force One for the President of the United States, 747-800? Do you love it? Do you like it? Or is it no bueno? I miss the old livery. Barb G says, Pip, when are you and Brian going to do another collaboration show at RDU? Barb, I would probably say towards the fall right now. Yeah, I think that would be a good estimation. If you're just joining us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for being a part of the channel. I'm Pip. Welcome to episode 509 here at DFW. I'd like to be here as long as I can hold up until at least 5 o'clock. So we've got about just under 5 more hours of plane spotting, at least. I do have enough batteries to go longer as Volaris takes off to go south of the border on an A320. Yeah, exactly. Barb, I was going to say, Barb G, I've got heat and humidity here in Texas, so I don't know if it's worth it to drive or fly for more heat and humidity in RDU. Although I do like RDU, but I can enjoy my heat and humidity right here. Yeah, Roblox, if we can make it to Fargo, we will definitely do it. It may be a while, but I do like Fargo a lot, and I think North Dakota is pretty awesome. And Roblox, in Tucson, I met actually a student pilot who went to the University of North Dakota in Grand Forks. So maybe I'll get a chance to go on a flight with him or something. That'd be fun. Don Ramsey says, fun fact, I lived in Arlington my 10th grade year and worked at Six Flags. Nice. But, all right, Don, how was the summer job? Was it a cool summer job? Because I actually worked after my 10th year, or 10th grade, summertime. I worked at Disney World in Florida. I worked at Animal Kingdom. You know, Barb, I never heard back from Jackson Hole. Nope, I never heard back. I did hear back from Denver. I actually heard back from Minneapolis today. They said no. So I did hear back from them, but never from Jackson Hole. Kind of frustrating. I don't know if you saw it sneak by, but Emirates is also going to the east side to take off. They must have revised like the standard instrument departures or something, or just based on the weather, Parker. I don't know. It's kind of annoying. Barb, if they had offered me the job, I would have said, you bet. I would have said, when do you want me to start? But we'll just keep pursuing. Got a little break in the arrivals. Our next arrival is American 2372. And then behind them will be Envoy 3397 from Nashville to avoid some weather. You know, Damon, Lynn was telling us that she was concerned about the heat and humidity over in the UK. So, 82 degrees. Wow. Bummer, Rod. Padres and Royals. That would have been a good game. Rangers have been struggling, though, Rod. I was listening to sports radio. They said, you know, if they don't do well this weekend in their home series, they might as well just give up till next year. Very true, Barb. Although the job, Barb, the job actually advertised that they offered a housing stipend, I think, of like $1,000. So that makes it a little more palatable in Jackson Hole. But yeah, still would have been super expensive. Chase, dude, what is going on? Chase, wonderful to see you, sir. I'm doing great, just hanging out here at Founders Plaza. Just got into town on Friday. We'll be here for the next couple of weeks. I'm sweating to the heavies here over at DFW, right around 90 degrees and humid, and the possibility of some pop-up thunderstorms. So thank you for saying hi, Chase. Great to have you. I think part of the reason, Parker, they might be using the east side is because departures, there's some weather right to in Oklahoma or to the north and east of us. And because of that, you're having inbound traffic to DFW instead of use the east corner post. They're having to go around and use the west corner post. And because they're having to use the west corner post, they may need to spread out the traffic and put those heavy arrivals that are supposed to go west to the east side. That's just one thought. I don't know if it's the thought, but just one thought. Tom saying, just check the flight aware. Funny enough, this plane coming in from Nashville is scheduled to come in to Garden City, Kansas for its next flight. How about that, Tom? Damon, if we stream, it'll probably be an evening show tomorrow, so you might have to stay up late. Wednesday, unless something comes up, we will 100% be streaming Wednesday. It'll most likely be from Love Field. Contour to El Dorado, Arkansas. How about that? Small little El Dorado, the city of gold. So we're about approximately 20 minutes from our A380, our Qantas A380. Need to bring out my other phone. PSA Steve says, good morning, Pip, and out here in the Inland Empire, welcome back. I agree the A319 was a better PSA retro. I wish AA would do a 737 retro. Michael Martin says, pronounced El Dorado. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, PSA Steve. I just look better on the smaller plane. Just past our first hour of broadcasting. Thank you so much for everybody tuning in today. It's nice to be back on the air after a month hiatus. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. And thanks everybody who's contributed so far. Thank you to Texas Girl and Hans up there in Norway. Thank you to Moose Turder. Thank you to Roblox. Thank you to Michael V. Andre. Appreciate you guys. Feather Jensen says hello, and we say hello back, Feather Jensen. Next arrival is, wait for it, is 3397 from Nashville. Then it is American 413 from San Antonio. Austin Swafford, what's up, Austin? Good to see you again. How's it going? Welcome in, buddy. I am here for the next couple of weeks. And maybe longer, or maybe not. Chase says, Pip, a few American A321s have been flying into St. Louis, rare sight to see. That would be great to see them more often. That's got to be a nice feeling, Chase. Getting the big A321s. That is pretty rad. But don't forget, you're rocking British Airways too, and Lufthansa there in St. Louis, Chase. I got to get up there, Chase. It's got to be in the fall when temperatures are a little better. But definitely got to make it up there. Damon reporting that Delta buying the old Spirit Gates in Atlanta, which would make sense. And then, Damon, it would probably make sense that an American would probably buy the Spirit Gates here in DFW. I don't know if that'll happen, but that would make sense. Hey, Maggie P checking in from Denver. Maggie P, greetings. Tim Arnold reported it would be 89 degrees today in Denver, which is actually about the same temperature it is here in DFW. I'm guessing there's a little more humidity here in Texas. So the Qantas, the A380 that's coming in, this will be the first time I've seen it arrive in 2020 was the last time I saw a Qantas A380 land at DFW. So, Ben, with the satellite gates, you're exactly correct with Spirit off the satellite gates, but American had their regional affiliates use the satellite gates before, which is interesting. It's a good thought, Chase. Or how about this ride with Ben? What if Southwest picks up the old Spirit gates at DFW? Because they've talked about doing DFW for years, and maybe Southwest Airlines, now that Spirit is done, will pick up the gates. Heather Jansen reporting that Buc-ee's grand opening in Goodyear is today. Excellent point, Feather Jansen. Thank you for bringing that up. I saw a video where people were parked and just sitting in line, which is pretty wild. Pretty wild. Renee, thank you so much. Thank you for saying hello from West Texas, Renee. Thank you for the warm welcome back. It is great to be back. I got back into town on Friday, did a little quick pop-up show, but now we're doing scheduled shows. And our next scheduled show will be most likely Wednesday. I might sneak by here tomorrow night. Not sure. But Wednesday will probably be at Love Field. Yeah, that's a good point, Ride with Ben, but I know they've been talking about doing DFW for a long time, and Dallas is, Oh, and the other thing, too, to keep in mind, Ben, is they're still gate limited on gates there at Love Field. Even though the ride amendment has expired, they still have to build those gates and build a new concourse at Love Field. So for Southwest, it would be way easier, I think, theoretically, to just move and grab some gates here at DFW. But that's just my thought. Marco says hello, and Marco pointing out that Austria versus Argentina is currently going on at DFW. Yes, it is. And in fact, Marco, our friend Texas Girl, is hanging out in a coach bus at Texas Stadium. So, Ben, in regards to the new McKinney Airport over by where I live, Avelo has committed to McKinney Airport. That is official. I don't know when. Obviously, probably when the terminal opens towards the end of this year or next year. But yeah, Avelo has 100% committed to McKinney. Parker says, I don't think American is letting Southwest anywhere near DFW. It very well may be, Parker, but I know a lot of people have talked about it. They've talked about it. Southwest has publicly talked about it as we check out this A220 from Delta. I'm just going to take a guess, Minneapolis. Maybe not. All right, this times out pretty perfectly because we're wrapping up most of the departures, and then our big A380 is about 10 minutes out. It's going to come in from most likely the southwest here and pass by the field, and then on its upwind leg, or downwind leg, excuse me. And then I'll make a right base turn and then go final. Ride with Ben says the 220 going to Salt Lake. Dang it. Also want to thank Scott Kinney for his contribution, or Scott Kuiper, not Scott Kinney, Scott Kuiper with Pensy Planes for his contribution. Valaris, the big A321, one of Lynn's favorite liveries. She's told me, one of our moderators. Messi scored, huh? Just got a note on ESPN that Messi has scored. Watching these cumulus clouds very closely. See if they turn into cumulonimbus clouds. This Valaris A321 going to Guadalajara. $116 likes. Nice to hit over the 100 mark again, Matt Man, as we kind of build the channel back up. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Thanks everybody for hitting that thumbs up button. Scott Barker saying hello. Good afternoon to you, Scott Barker. What is up? We got a steady diet of a south wind today, or actually a southeast wind. I'm gonna check the METAR on this. So yeah, about a southeast wind. It's 150 12 knots. The old Q400 from Alaska. I miss those. Rod, I miss those. Ivy Austin Real says hello. Mark Bright Spark, hello, hello. And hello to a Frontier A320 Neo. You know, Mark, Lynn messaged me last night, Mark, and Damon said it was 82 degrees in Wales. And Lynn was telling me, pray for her because it's hot and humid, or it's going to be warm and humid. Well, thank you for tuning in from Louisiana. Rainy Cajun will appreciate that. Next departure will be American 1385 going to San Jose del Cabo. Hey, Raina Taylor tuning in. Raina, wow. So nice to see you. We've missed you. I missed you. Good to have you aboard. Thank you for showing to the show today. Yep, so our A380 is doing its downwind leg, going up towards Denton. They'll make a right turn, go over Corinth, and then go final. Probably looks like it'll be number 6 on the arrival path. So we've got American 2904 from San Francisco landing on an A321, Envoy 3687, then Envoy 3644 from Laredo on the retro livery, Envoy 4010 from Manhattan, Kansas, and American 2473 from Phoenix. And then the A380, it looks like. There goes San Jose del Cabo. Damian Wan says hello, joining after slept around 12 a.m. because I watched Disney Pixar's Hoppers with the family. Wonderful. Sounds like a great time. Feather, thank you for the update on the Turkish Airlines. I wonder about the Air France to see if it's coming, because it also was interesting. We had 2 of our en-route international flights divert. Turkish Airlines and Air France diverted. I don't know if it was medical or mechanical, but our Turkish is on its way from Reykjavik, and then Air France diverted to Dublin in Ireland. Well, hopefully things Sunaham will get better. They always do. And we're rooting you on. So Qantas A380 now number 4. Number 4. Air France has canceled their flight. Okay, Feather Jensen, thank you. Got to give some love to the E170 Retro, the American Eagle Retro there, coming in from Laredo, Texas. On the heavy alert for our big A380. I do like how DFW's kind of spaced out the schedule. We usually get like 1 or 2 heavies every hour, so it's nice and spaced out. Whoops. So Lufthansa also a little delayed. Thank you, Feather Jensen. Seven 737-800 taking off to Montrose. They've started flying at Rena. Here it's over in South Carolina right now. But yeah, it is on the internet. All right, after the 737-800, I believe our A380 is next. Thank everybody for tuning in, liking, and subscribing. Tuning in to Pip's Plane Spotting Live. Appreciate you being part of the action. Yep, here comes our A380. It is next. gonna turn my head to make sure I don't miss the A380. Oh, I hear it. I hear it. There it is. I can hear it. Wow, that was beautiful. Beautiful. First time I've seen an arrival in 6 years. Wow. Hard to believe. Nice to see it. Southpaw checking in. What's happening, Southpaw? Hello, hello. We just had our A380 land a minute ago. Great to have everybody aboard here at DFW. Great to see all of you. Hope you had a great Father's Day. Happy Father's Day belated. Tom asking a great question. Miniport, UPS Miniport looks a little weird without the third engine sticking out from these tails. Great question, Tom. So let's show you. Yeah, it feels weird. It does look out of place that there's no tri-engines. I'm trying to get in touch with Memphis to see if we can get back to do a show in Memphis overnight. That was a ton of fun, and of course FedEx still flying the MD-11s. So for you new viewers, DFW here, one of the crew bases and bases for UPS. So we'll see a fair bit of UPS traffic at times, especially during like Christmas time, of course. Sweet, dude. That is awesome, Southpaw. Well, thanks for the warm invitation. John Driscoll, great to see you. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to have you. I know it has been a while, but it's mostly my fault because I've been packing up, getting ready to move from Tucson. And right now I'm basically a gypsy. I'm staying with my parents temporarily till we figure out The job situation, I had a couple interviews, just waiting to hear back. And yeah, Rainy Cajun saying hello, saying what up, Pips, Peeps, Pip Peeps. I wonder, let me check out. All right, the poll question says 42% of you love the new United States of America Air Force One 747-8. Hey, speaking of a 747-8, there's one right there. Joe Caroli says, I love the Air Canada delivery, especially with the mask on the cockpit windows. I agree. I am a big fan of the mask. The raccoon mask, I like it. I also like it on the Delta A321neo and the A330neo that Delta has. I agree. So as mentioned for you new viewers, 7 runways here at DFW, the third busiest airport in the world. Let's see if I can remember to name all the international carriers that currently fly here. So I'll go with the one that's leaving in September. Fiji Airways. Let's see, we got Fiji, Qantas, Japan, Finnair, Iberia, British Airways, Lufthansa, Korean Air, Qatar, Emirates, Eva Air, Cathay Pacific, Avianca, Volaris, Viva Aerobus, Aeromexico, Air Canada, Lufthansa, Turkish. Let's see, international. Am I missing any international? I usually miss one or two. That was a good summation as far as commercial passenger carriers. As we see our first Alaska of the day. Firm landing. Air France. That's right, Feather Jensen. I did not mention Air France. We have Air France. Oh yeah, Royal Jordanian. Thank you, Ride with Ben. Our newest carrier. Royal Jordanian started on Mother's Day this year, so just over a month ago. I literally always forget him. I forget one or two. But this is a One World super hub, and I'm kind of surprised that Royal Air Maroc also does not fly in here. I'm kind of surprised, I guess, but then again, we have Royal Jordanian, Qatar, Emirates. So, you know. But yeah, I'm surprised Royal Air Maroc doesn't fly here. It does fly to Los Angeles. For a long time, people have said we were getting Air India. That still hasn't come to fruition. So, ITA's a good livery, one of the best for sure, Robert Brunn. True. Yep, Royal Air Maroc does not have a lot of wide bodies. Okay, I'm gonna grab lunch here. I agree with you, Parker. Flights to Japan are expensive. Rainy Cajun, you don't like Condor? What? Oh my gosh. You're coming in from Iceland, Seattle to Dallas, Fort Worth. Awesome. Air France is coming in at 7:42 tonight. Thank you, Texas Girl. Thank you, Feather Jensen. Okay, time for a little lunch break here. So I am here. It's just a little quiet because I'm eating. So I will leave the camera on probably the touchdown zone over here. And Mattman, Parker, Texas Girl, Rainy Cajun, you guys are in charge. Because my body's saying you gotta eat something. After getting beat up by this humidity. You're like, what? But I am still here. I am still here. I also like Condor. I know our friend ERB doesn't like Condor very much, but that's funny, Rainy Cajun. I didn't know you were a hater. Warm sour cream's probably not a good thing, so I probably should have taken it out right away. But hey, Rainy Cajun. I say, if it's hot and humid, that's factually correct. If I say, man, this is awful, then that's complaining. There's a difference between factual statements and adjustments or complaints. No, it doesn't age well, Parker. It does not. Good thing I took an off day probably tomorrow, Parker. But I do like the cool lime cilantro that Chipotle has. I'm not always one for add-ons, but they did a pretty good job with it. I do like the honey chipotle chicken at Chipotle. Scott Shaver, I'm back. I'm just having a little lunch right now. That's right, Texas Girl. I think I might just eat Chipotle for life. This be runway 18 right and runway 18 left that we're looking at. All right. So yeah, welcome in everybody. If you're just tuning in, the Pipster here, episode 509 from DFW. Just checking in, having some lunch, keeping it cool, keeping it real. We just had Qantas land on their A380. We're expecting British Airways A380. And in between now and 5 o'clock-ish is where we see a lot of our heavies from across Europe arrive. So thank you for hitting that like button, subscribing, contributing. Scott Shaver says we had 0.3 of an inch of rain so far in Dallas today. We had rain this morning, and we got cumulus clouds right now. I am taking a lunch break, so that's why it's so quiet. So I'll join you shortly. What's up, Aviation Cat? What's up, Brad? Brad, we just had Qantas land about a half hour ago. And the next A380 lands, I think about 4:40 from British Airways today. Melina! Oh, awesome. Melina going to Savannah from San Diego, hanging out in DFW, June 30th, next Tuesday. Great to see you, Melina. I'm just having a little lunch break here. Hot and humid. Yeah, Aviation Cat, I was looking at the models today to see where there would be diversions in Richmond, up near DC, up along the East Coast. Definitely a possibility of some afternoon thunderstorms. We have a slight risk of afternoon thunderstorms. I think mostly they're going to be to the north and east of us. But in the meantime, we're keeping an eye out. Aqua Melina, I am definitely adjusting to it. I'm like, wow, I'm sweating. Wow, I'm sweating a lot. So it is quite moist here today. It's been really moist every day since I've been here on Friday. We need like a pool here. I came up with an idea a couple years ago. They need to have like a pool, like an infinity style pool here at Founders Plaza. So people can watch the planes and also cool off. And then also for people who are delayed, they could come to the pool. Just an idea. Well, not now, Rainy Cajun. The key thing is to not spot with your electronics in the pool. Excuse me. Yeah, in Southpaw, I would still cheer for the Bears, absolutely. Yeah, air conditioning would be a good idea, Parker. I think you could even get away with some of those like fans that blow mist. I also see what you did there, Tom. There's that There's that dry humor, that dry British humor. Melina, hopefully I'll be here for at least another 3.5 hours till at least British Airways arrives with their A380, and then from there I'll kind of determine how exhausted I am from being outside. So at least for another 3.5 hours, I hope. I'd like to be here, and we'll go from there. And as long as the sun stays away from my equipment. That's the other thing. So yeah. And then Wednesday, I'm thinking we'll be at Love Field, just trying to figure out what time works best. Where is the sun? Oh yeah, it's right above us. I think we should be okay for a few more hours. Is Cargo Lux coming today? You know, I don't think so, Kevin. I usually see it on the weekends, but I'm not an expert. But every time I've seen a Cargo Lux, it's been like a Saturday or Sunday thing. Hey, David G, what's going on? Sounds good. Well, sounds good, Melina. I will do my best. What's up, Fareed? Thank you, David G. It's good to be back, even if I'm sweating to the heavies. It is good to be back. All right, that's taken care of. I have one chip. All right, I'm back. What up, D-Beast? Real question. It's going to be the Wi-Fi and the hydration. Welcome in, everybody, to Pip's Plane Spotting Live. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I was just on a little lunch break, so thanks for allowing me to eat my lunch here in episode 509. Also, hydration is important, too. World Cup, here's something you may not know. Pip and the World Cup share something in common. We both have hydration breaks. D-Beast checking in from the big MSP. D-Beast, I applied for a job in Minneapolis at the airport. Granted, I was a little unqualified for it, and they said no. But, you know, sometimes you'll never know unless you apply. Right now, local time is 1:36. And sweating to the heavies here. Right about this time, we should be getting Air France, but instead, they diverted to Dublin due to a mechanical or a medical issue, and they won't be here till around 7:30 tonight. So we'll keep an eye on the action here. Scott Shaver says reporting the winds southwest at 14 miles an hour. And Scott Kuiper rightly pointing out that Chipotle does not, in fact, count as hydration. That is an accurate statement, Scott. I'm glad that you recognize that. Hey, while we have a moment, let's take a look at, you see there, that is the new Terminal F that is being built. The new Terminal F back there being constructed. So we'll have terminals A, B, C, D, and F here at DFW International Airport, which is pretty awesome. I think that'll primarily be an American concourse, which would potentially open up some gates either on terminals A, C, or the big international terminal. So very cool. 167 likes. Thank you so much for that report. That's right, Mark Brightspart. A lot of that. A lot in common. Just nice to be back. I know it's going to take a little while to get the audience rolling here, but hopefully we'll get a nice little audience rolling here with some consistency. I mean, I have been MIA for a little over a month. That would be interesting, Kevin Stanhope. That would be interesting. JetBlue with a hub in Dallas. The UPS might take off tonight. I think the last time we were here on a Monday, it took off more towards like 8 o'clock at night. So I'm guessing that's probably going to be around the time that it takes off. So yeah, you can see Qantas right there. They were only delayed about a half hour today. Kevin asks, has American taken over the Spirit gates in E, or is Frontier scooping them up? Great question. We were talking about that earlier, Kevin. I have not heard anything on that. That is to say, that doesn't mean that's not the case. I just haven't heard anything on it. I pointed out that maybe Southwest Airlines would scoop them up because everybody and the airline keeps talking about serving DFW. So we'll see. We'll see. Frontier, I know, is struggling a little bit too. Samuel Rosebrock from Indianapolis. What's up, Samuel? How are you today? So this is typical. There's a little bit of a lull, like around after the A380 lands and 1:30ish to 2. The volume is a little bit lighter. There's still a lot of action, but when you have 7 runways to mess around with, there's a little more flexibility. But yeah, this after the Qantas A380, it's a little bit light, and then things start to speed up in the afternoon, past 2 o'clock, and then onward. It's like their lunch break. It's coming to see you in good old Garden City, Kansas. I think it's right there, Thomas. Tom. Yep, there is Garden City, Kansas. Well, thank you, Samuel. It's good to be here in DFW. My family's here. Most of my family was here. In fact, we had Father's Day dinner yesterday. But yeah, it definitely is way more humid than San Diego or Tucson, for that matter. But there she is, Thomas. So, Lynn, I don't know if you saw Damon reporting that it was 82 degrees in Wales. What's the current temperature where you're at, Lynn? There in the United Kingdom. If I was air traffic control, I'd love working this lighter volume. Be like, I'll take the 130. So we got arrivals coming in from Killeen, Texas. Also, American 2719 from Phoenix on an A321. I appreciate the wind. It's actually cooling my computer a little bit. So, Tom, that'll probably be there in, let's see, 40, I'm guessing, Tom, 43 minutes. It'll land as soon as it takes off. You know, it absolutely is busy on the east side of the airport, Kevin. In fact, we counted today not only Emirates, but also Japan Airlines and Korean Air both took off on the east side. So, interesting indeed. Seven Rose Brock brings up the fact that you guys were talking about JetBlue. They took the Fort Lauderdale flights that Spirit had here at Indianapolis International Airport. Makes sense. That's kind of cool because I know, Samuel, they hadn't flown to Indianapolis before, really. That I'm aware of, at least. All right, Tom. I was thinking about that Rainy Cajun earlier today. I said, do I really want another big battery box, or do I want like a big old Sigma super telephoto lens? Tough call. Rainy, the call sign for Air Force One is Air Force One, unless the president is not on board. And then it might be a different call sign. I don't know what it would be, though. Scott, I'm going to be honest, right now in the heat, it would probably be either an early morning or night show at Addison until the fall when the temperature's cool, and then it would be like a daytime show. But Addison I don't know of any good areas that have shade. So that's the only catch. Tom, very nice. Gifting a membership. Tom, thank you so much for your generosity.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Rainy Cajun gets gifted a membership. No problemo. Thank you, Tom. And Parker alerts us that we got a Tokyo 777 inbound to us in about 20 minutos. 20 minutes. So our American 2719 to Phoenix is next. Then it is United 1062 on an A320. Then it is Envoy 4218 from Chihuahua, Mexico. And SkyWest 6240 from Lubbock, Texas. And that lunch was perfect because I was kind of feeling lightheaded. So maybe I need to have like double lunch with the heat. It's not a bad idea. Gotta stay alive. Here comes the A321neo from Phoenix. Kevin, I think Dreamweaver is working today, so she said to me she probably wouldn't be able to make the show on Monday. Good question. But she should be on the shows on Wednesday and Friday. What we're going to try is do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I've thought about doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. We'll see if that actually works, because I wonder how I'll feel after being out in the heat and humidity for 6-7 hours today. Good call, Rainy Cajun. Definitely need a Snickers. Definitely need a Snickers. Yes, that is accurate. Thank you, Rainy Cajun. Seabar, good morning. Thanks for streaming. Sounds windy. It is. The wind is blowing right into us. It's a southeast wind, about 12 to 15 knots. So it's blowing right into our face. But that's okay, because then we get south flow and we get to see landings right in front of us like this. United. But yes, it is definitely windy. The airport kind of sits on a little bit of a mesa, a plateau, if you will. So the wind will come up from the south and just kind of like shoot down the runway. I will make sure I say hi to Dreamweaver for you, Kevin. Absolutely. Now, granted, the altitude's like only 700, 800 feet here above sea level. But building an airport kind of like on a little bit higher level surface attracts the wind. That's why it is often here windy. Now, once we get into the summer months, when it becomes hot, the winds typically are not as prevalent. It'll just be like hot and light winds. Hot, humid, light winds. But in the springtime from, I don't know, probably mid to late January, when the jet stream dips down low in the United States, we start to get some winds here. And then during springtime, we start to get some nice, serious winds when low pressure systems form here. So it's not out of the question here at DFW to get winds in the springtime that exceed 50 miles an hour at times with the gusts. That's definitely happens every year. Robert Brunn says, if the president is not on board Air Force One, they use the call sign SAM followed by the two numbers. SAM stands for Special Air Mission. Oh, that's all right. Thank you, Robert Brunn, for reminding us of that. There you go, Raina. Robert Brunn, very helpful in answering that question you have. Yeah, we definitely get strong gusts from the thunderstorms here in DFW for sure, Z-Bar. Yeah, that's very true, Parker. The humidity's not as prevalent, too. You know what's funny, Parker? I left. It was interesting because last week before I left Tucson, we had 2 thunderstorms, 2 different days with thunderstorms. And that has not been the case, I guess, in the last couple of years, this early in June. So they say it's supposed to be a good monsoon season this upcoming year. So I guess I was the bad luck charm that prevented all the rain. Tyson Price, hello. Thank you so much for being the 180th person to hit the like button. Thank you, everybody, for hitting that like button. Chapow. CRJ 700 action. Tucson Light, huh? Tucson Light. All right, so it's a great question that's been brought up. What's burning? For your information, for you new viewers, here at DFW, they have an ARF training center. So lots of fire departments, ARF, airport, rescue and firefighting departments come from all over the country to train here. DFW has an ARF facility here. And so, yes, they are lighting fires over there for training. Tyson Price, not a new job just yet. I did have 2 interviews, but I guess you could say I did move from Tucson. One of the jobs was, in fact, in Tucson. I interviewed for it, but I figured that instead of paying rent, just waiting to hear if I got the job, I would come home and visit family. So I have family here in the DFW area, so I came home for a couple weeks, and hey, I was here for Father's Day. So that is the deal. Calvin Reeves, yes, it is extremely hot. I wouldn't say Tucson level hot, but it is hot and it is humid, so it does take a toll on the bod. I think it's like 90 right now, 90, and I would say the humidity is probably 75%. I'm just guessing, but you can tell it's this air is buoyant and moist. And we do have some cloud cover. Richard Ziner, good to see you, man. Thank you very much for the good luck on the job hunt. I mean, there is the possibility that I just start broadcasting full-time, too. I actually have planned that in the past. I've planned out a whole schedule and everything. So we'll just kind of see what makes sense. Feather Jensen says Lufthansa 6 minutes away. So I am not a pilot, Z-Bar, but I was a flight dispatcher for 2 airlines. A regional airline called Envoy that is owned by American Airlines. And then I worked for Breeze Airways for a year and a half. And then I switched to working airport operations. So I was one of the airport operations officers, coordinators, specialists, whatever you would have them. I was one of the people on the field that patrolled the runways, inspected the runways, responded to emergencies, inspected. Basically, they should just change it to airport inspector because you do a lot of inspecting. So yeah, I'm not a pilot, but I was a flight dispatcher, and my last position was as an airport operations officer. Oh my goodness, Richard Ziner. Lunch on me. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat.
I want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you, Richard. And Tyson, I would love to work at Salt Lake City. I keep my eye out. Thank you for your generous support indeed. Thank you, Will. We're crossing our fingers for some 777 action. Yeah, let's see. Does Lufthansa, the A340, does it make a firm left turn to land on the east side, or is it going to go base and land on the... Yeah, I think Lufthansa is going to land on the east side because SkyWest 9911 from Tucson is blocking its way. Maybe. Yes, Calvin, and we also chased the coyotes. That is correct. We actually, at Tucson where I worked, we had permits to take lethal action. So we could actually kill coyotes if they were a direct threat. Z-Bar says, how long did it take to get your dispatcher license? I got it in a matter of about 3 months. So some colleges, they offer the flight dispatcher license as part of the curriculum. I went to a technical school to get my license, and it's actually right here in Irving, Texas. It's called IFOD, Institute of Flight Operations and Dispatch. It took me about 3 months. The A340, as I suspected, sneaking over. I knew it. I didn't know it. I was just hoping for good vibes. All right, Craig. Sleep well, sir. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you on the next one. Z-Bar, the exam was pretty difficult. The biggest, you have to get, so there's two parts. There's a written exam and an oral exam, like with a FAA inspector. The FAA inspector exam was about 4.5 to 5 hours long. And he or she will ask you all sorts of questions. The written test was, I think, 100 questions long. And I got a 79. I think you need a 70. So it asks a lot of stuff about weather, aviation-related things like approach charts, regulations, because as you know, the FAA heavily regulates airlines. So, Steven Likens, dude, what is up? I know it's been a minute because I've been off the air for a minute getting ready to move. So I moved last week from Tucson here to DFW, at least for the next couple weeks. So it's great to see you. Is there an ACS or PTS for the dispatch exam? I do not know what you were referring to, Z-Bar. ACS. I'm not familiar with those terms. ACS or PTS. Here comes an A319, everyone. So what do we have next? We have our Lufthansa, our flying 4-engine hairdryer. We'll go ahead and sound the heavy alert for this A340, my friends. Brett Mazer saying hello from north of the border in Manitoba. Stephen Likens has been in Michigan for a while, just got back last week. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. I was thinking about that. We were talking about Traverse City earlier, and I know you were headed up to around there. Brent, I want to say congratulations. You got Jonathan Taves to retire as a Winnipeg Jet, I think. Okay, Z-Bar says PTS practical test standards. It's what FAA puts on exams for, at least for pilot certification. I'm not aware of anything specific. It has been 8 years since I took my exam, Z-Bar, but not anything that corresponds necessarily with pilot certification testing. Yeah, I saw that, Brent, earlier this week. Matt Man and I were talking about it. Of course, Matt Man and I Blackhawks fans, and Matt Man there in suburban Chicago in Bartlett. But yeah, we both agreed, Brent, that if we had to choose between Jonathan Taves or Patrick Kane, we would 100% take Jonathan Taves. Butter. If you enjoyed that landing by Lufthansa, don't forget to like, hit that thumbs up button, subscribe, and consider supporting the channel. Appreciate everybody contributing. Thank you, Richard Zinert, for your contribution this hour. Steven says, yes, I was at Traverse City, Petoskey, Harbor Springs, Shanty Creek Resorts playing golf, and of course a couple of trips to the UP. Wow, that sounds so good, Steven. Z-Bar says Connor Bedard is so talented, big fan, and at least Taves won't beat up taxi drivers. That is both statements are correct. Jim Rockford reporting that Messi scored 2 goals today. I saw that. I think so. Does he have 18 goals in World Cup, or did it say 17? I thought it said 18. Hey, you know what? We got another heavy. We got back heavies. American 176 from Tokyo Haneda, and then American 221 from Amsterdam. What's up, James Willard? Keith and Robin Davis, thank you so much. As always, loving the stream. Stay cool out there. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's definitely an adjustment, Keith. Our friend Rod Moyes from San Diego was bragging how it was 70 degrees in San Diego. Of course, it's about 90 degrees here and humid. The one feather in my cap I do have, Keith, is I am under a canopy right now, so the sun isn't directly on top, or I would have been done a long time ago. Mark Bright Spark reporting record 18 for Messi now. Shame they rely on him so much. Austria were poor. I'm still waiting to get the flagship livery for American Airlines. That is what I'm hunting. That is on my bucket list. It's number 1 just because of where I'm at. And thanks to everybody who's voted in our poll question. Right now, 42% of you say you love the new Air Force One 747-8 livery. Oh, wow. Well, wow. Now, that is an interesting fact. Brent Mazer says, I'm almost directly north of you, Pip. Winnipeg, 97.14 west degrees longitude. And Dallas, DFW is 96.92 west degrees longitude. How about that? You know, and Brent, why don't we have a flight to Winnipeg if it's that direct north? Doesn't make sense. I wonder where Larkin will end up too. If we didn't have so many centers, I would say bring him to the Blackhawks, but we've got a lot of centers and we need some more wingers. All right, and here comes a 777-200 from good old Amsterdam. That's not true. I love Winnipeg, man. Even though I've never been there, I feel like I would love Winnipeg, Brent. Another great touchdown there. Dan Reeves, what's happening, sir? Will Films reporting that the flagship Retro 777 is actually going to Charlotte today. Thank you, Will, for researching that. I still have not seen it in person. However, in person, we have the following three airlines. We've got a private Dassault Falcon 50. Then it is American 877 from Leon, Mexico on a 737-800. Then it is Qantas Flight 21 from Melbourne. So we get double Qantas today. A 787 and an A380 today. Oh, thank you for that report, Will. If I come back to DFW tomorrow, I'll finally get to see Flagship Retro. I may do that, Will. Thank you. I wonder, Steven, how the Kachuk brothers are going to work out. It kind of reminds me of like the Mighty Ducks, the Bash Brothers, Dean Portman, and what's his name? Dang it, Colton, I think. The Bash Brothers in D2. Thank you, Dan. It does make me feel better. Let's see. Watch Finnair's path to the airport. Yeah, Dan Reeves, there you go. The classic duo of ProBird. Is he gonna try and stop on the first taxiway? Let's see, I think they were talking, I was hearing ATC chatter. Is he gonna do it? I don't think so. Darren McCarty, God rest Claude Lemieux, but yeah, Darren McCarty. Oh, we gotta go around. We gotta go around. I guess that DeSalle Falcon didn't get off in time. Welcome back, Jacob. I'm gonna take a guess that the 737 had probably a speed overtake on the 737 or on the DeSalle Falcon. So I think what happened is that 737 was about to overtake the DeSalle. So they'll do a go around and come back around. But next up we got our Qantas flight. Do we cheat him now? Double action from Qantas today, from Melbourne. Welcome in, King Knight Oliver. Welcome. I'm Pip. Nice to meet your acquaintance. We're here at DFW International Airport, third busiest airport in the world. Broadcasting today. Thank you so much. Scott Shaver says, my heat index shows 113. Yeah, it kind of feels... Yeah, it kind of feels like that. I would say that would be an accurate statement. Yeah, the heat index has definitely been getting up there. El Toro. El, what's up? El, hello. Roger that, Parker. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Steven says, Dusty May, National Championship basketball head coach heading to the Dallas Mavericks. Very intrigued by that one. I thought they would have picked an NBA coach, so I'm very intrigued on that. Considering, I guess, Dallas is pretty much in rebuild mode, I guess it makes sense. I would love to work with Cooper Flagg, that's for sure. So if I'm Dusty May, I'd be like, yeah, I'll do that. I'll definitely do that. Yeah, but that's an interesting one. For those who don't know, we've got a little UPS mini port. I like to call it mini port. You got 747-8 resting there. I did not see this Aeromexico. My apologies, but here it is. Aeromexico coming in from Mexico City. Yeah, so now Michigan's going to have to find a new head coach. All right, Rainy Cajun, have a great day at work. Thanks for joining us. Oh, wow. That's a whole lot of livery action there, Will. Guess I might have to come back tomorrow night. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. I've got a lot to do. All right, Steven, thanks for tuning in. Great to have you. Great to see you back. And our next broadcast, Steven, will be on Wednesday, most likely from Love Field. I just got to figure out a time on it. So thanks for tuning in. Good, sir. We'll see you on next one. What do I think about the new Air Force One? I like it. I don't love it. I'll have to see it in person to get a new perspective. So I won't say no bueno. I'm learning to adjust to it. See you, Steven. Have a great one. It's a really good question. This is the 777 we caught earlier in the 11 o'clock hour that came in from Anchorage. Yesterday, it was the longest day of the year, Hans, bringing up sunset. I think it was just over 14 hours of daylight here in DFW. So what do we got coming towards us? Another 777-200 from Zurich. And then it looks like American 77 that did the go-around will be after Zurich. And then American 71 Heavy from Frankfurt on a Dreamliner. Some more heavy action. So we got some heavy action headed our way. That means it's time for a heavy alert.
Well, isn't that special?
Get to the chopper!
All right, easy, Arnold. So Zurich and Frankfurt. I'm interested, Will, to see if Finland or Finnair ends up going to the east side just because of how they were vectored in. With we've got some storms far away to the north and east, a little bit of a convective activity. Yeah, that is interesting, Grumpy. guy's got a free turn and burn. They are cleared to take off. Oh, but first, we got our Zurich arrival. I'm gonna focus in on these wings here. And Eva's ready to go. Great advice, Chaotic Bean. I brought 4 waters and a Gatorade today. I hope that's good enough. Hans, I did not see your comment. My apologies. See if I can catch it again. I feel like it's more Florida than it is Texas. If you're just joining us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for being a part of Pip's Plane Spotting Live, episode 509. Okay, our next arrival is American 71 Heavy, a Dreamliner. Then Envoy 3829 from Tulsa, Oklahoma. American 1584 from Las Vegas. American 2607 from Salt Lake City. We'll go ahead and sound the Heavy alert again.
What would you say you do here?
I do a lot, thank you. Chaotic Bean asking if it's humid, and the answer is yes. Extremely humid. What is the humidity here? Let's check out the old weather report. Actually, no, let's not. Let's look at the Frankfurt Dreamliner. Sorry. All right, Matt Man, thanks for your assistance. We'll see you on Wednesday. Take care, Matt Man. Have a good one. That's right. I'm a people person. Yeah, I am a people person. Chaotic Bean, it feels more like Florida than it does Texas. Let me put it that way. Like Saturday night, we had some scattered rain showers, but they were like Florida rain showers where they were about 10 minutes long and then they stopped. I was like, am I in Florida or am I in Texas? Oh, Raina, thank you so much for a $2 super chat. Thank you, thank you. Very kind of you.
You might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you, Raina. I missed you too. I missed DFW a lot. I didn't miss the humidity so much, but it is part of the Texas lifestyle in early springtime. So I do see, what are we looking at? Oh yeah, there's our Finnair. We will see if it crosses over or if it stays on the east side, Will.i.am. Very interesting how it shakes out. My crew is saying hello from Eugene, Oregon. I no longer live under the downwind leg for 1836, but Eugene is very nice. Wow. I didn't know you moved to Eugene, my crews. That's awesome. Beautiful area. Marcos, hello, hello. That's awesome, Mike Cruz. Adventures. Sam Sosa, howdy from Asana, like Valencia, California. That is, it feels like Asana here. Definitely. Han says, Pip, it's colder here on the coast of Norway than it is in Texas. I bet it is. That's kind of my deal, Hans. If I can figure out a way to maybe marry a Norwegian woman or a Swedish woman. Okay, we'll see you later. Okay, Raina, we'll see you again. Deal. Look forward to it, Raina. So as Matt Mann alluded to, we're probably going to end up for our Wednesday show at Love Field. I don't know if I'm going to go from the parking garage or the new spotter area. Haven't decided quite yet. I do like the shade of the parking garage, though. Simmer Rosebrock says you have a Frontier 320 Airbus from Indy in about 20 minutes and American about 40 minutes out from Indy. The question is, will they land, Samuel, on the east or west side? Because of the traffic, so there's so much traffic here in DFW. Most of the time, if the arrival pair is from the east, they tend to land on the east side of the airport. If they're from the west, there's a good possibility they could land on the west side of the airport, which is where we're from, where we're at.
Which one is that?
Richard Collier says hello from Charlotte, CLT. Greetings, Richard. Great to have you here. Charlotte was rocking and rolling last week with the Atlanta diversions. I think they got Turkish, a Delta A350, and then an A330 as well from Atlanta due to thunderstorms last week. I've been on a diversion kick. I've been keeping track of diversions as best I can due to weather. I don't know, it's the geek in me. So I'm probably going to go home after the show, eat dinner, and then keep an eye on the diversions. And yes, as expected, it does appear that Finnair is going to swing to the east side. My crew says the new area is nice, but the posts holding up the shade block the view when you're in the shade. I know the new Love observation area. Yeah, they're giant posts and they block. Yeah. It's the trade-off, I guess, my cruise. But yes, we did one show here in May at Love Field, and I was like, what is this? How am I supposed to catch the action? I never got up to Summerfest Southpaw, but that may have to change. I lived in Illinois from from my birth in 1981 all the way to 2005. Yeah, 2001 through 2005, but never got to Summerfest. I know how good Summerfest is, though. I think I probably never attended because Southpaw, we once I was getting older, we had Lollapalooza. So maybe I was a little spoiled kid from Illinois because we had Lollapalooza. Now, I will say I have attended a ball game at American Family Field. That is 100% true. And I have gone on vacation to the Wisconsin Dells. Also true. All right, we lose Finnair, but we gain Barcelona American 193, a 777-200. Sorry, Will. We're going to have to see Finnair from a distance. Yeah, that's absolutely right, Samuel Rosebach. When we're talking about diversions from Chicago, Indy had the Eva Air Cargo, a Kalitta Cargo 747-400, and then also Cathay Pacific A350 diverting to Indy because of that snow. I figured you'd say something like that, Southpaw. I figured you'd say something like that. People say, Lollapalooza is nothing compared to Summerfest, man. I've heard that several times. So So we do get a 777. We traded the Finnair for a 777, along with arrivals from Abilene, Texas, Eagle, Colorado on an A319, and Corpus Christi on an E175, and then Barcelona. Got to remember to use the Zeta. Es muy bueno.
Where?
I bet. And Samuel, wasn't it the A350 1000 instead of the 900?
Looks like it's going to be landed over on another runway down there.
You know, spiders seem to love my laptop. I don't know if it's the silver color or what, but they seem to love my laptop. Spiders are also quite prevalent here with the canopy overhang. So don't be surprised if you're standing under the overhang and a spider jumps on your shoulder. Oh, I would love to see that picture, Samuel. If you want, you can send it to email me at pipsplanespottinglive@gmail.com. I would love to see that. And there is the Finnair A350 from Helsinki. Whoops. Landing there on the east side. Yeah, that would be cool to see. It's kind of like when the A380 is taxiing between other aircraft or parked at Terminal D right there. So we're hoping to stay until about, hopefully, 5-ish. So another 2.5 hours. As long as I don't use too much water. This is our Eagle, Colorado arrival on an A319. Hey, big thank you everybody who's contributed back on the air. Raina Taylor, Richard Zeinert, Scott Kuiper, Texas Girl, Hans, Moose Turter. Thank you also to Roblox, Michael Villa, Andre, Aircraft Expeditions. Thank you everybody. Barcelona calling out 193 heavy 777-200. Go ahead and sound the heavy alert. If you're just joining us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Great to be back on the air. This is our first scheduled show in over a month, so thanks for everybody and your patience. Sorry for the technical blip earlier today. But we're still on the air. We're rocking it. It'll be interesting, Will, to see what I think Qatar has had a habit of landing on the east side. Turkish has been more of a wild card. Like, one thing you should know about if you come spotting here at DFW is the A380 will always land on the east, or always on the west side, on this side, because they cannot, the airplane's too big to cross the bridge. So it will always land on the west side. Okay, Raina. If we don't see you Wednesday, we'll see you soon enough. Thank you again, Raina. Appreciate your contribution and great to see you. And here is our 777 in from Barcelona, España. Adventures of Sam Sosa, you would be correct. That's the Chicago Blackhawks goal horn. I thought we'd use it for our heavy alerts, just as a little sounder to alert people that there's a heavy aircraft about to land. Jacob the guy says, when are you going back to Kansas City? Probably, Jacob, not till, well, I won't say not till the fall. There might be a chance we could get up there in July, but the safe bet would be probably in the fall. Probably along the lines of when we would go to like St. Louis or something. I see Turkish. I don't think Turkish is going to be able to land on the west side, Will. I do not think so. I've got too much inbound traffic on the west corner post. But we'll see. Our next arrivals will be from Brownsville on a 175, an A319 from San Luis Potosi, and then Envoy 4078 from good old El Paso. You got good ears, Adventure of Sam Sosa. Good ears. Excellent work. Lynn and Damon, just remember that to drink a lot of water and you'll be sweating a lot. Just remember those important factors. That building off to the left, that is the Hyatt Regency. Hyatt Regency. Maybe Turkish will, maybe, just maybe. Doesn't look like it though, but maybe we'll get lucky. Now this Turkish, by the way, that's landing in the next little while, in the next few minutes, it is scheduled to arrive before 1 o'clock. But it had to divert to Keflavik or Reykjavik. I don't know if it was due to a medical issue or a maintenance issue, but it diverted to Reykjavik in Iceland before it continued its journey on to DFW here. So kind of interesting. And then also, our Air France that usually arrives around 1:30, 1:40 is scheduled to arrive about 7:30, 7:40 tonight, when it usually arrives about 1:30 because it diverted to Dublin. All right, looks like Turkish did fade to the west, so that's cool. So we'll see Turkish Delight 787 dash, I think it's dash 9. So arriving number 4 or number 3 now, after Roswell and Alaska from San Diego. So right on. Thank you, Parker, for your moderation mastery. I almost said something else. I'm glad I slowed down. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Glad, perfect, Samuel. I'm going to check right now. I am going to check right now. Very, very excited to see those. And we'll keep an eye out. Damon's birthday's on the 30th. I will add a Damon, June 30th. I will make a note. Put that on the calendar. If you want to email me or have any other questions, aviation-related questions, don't hesitate to email me at pipsplanespottinglive@gmail.com. So Turkish will be number 3. So we'll go ahead and sound the heavy alert. While this CRJ lands. Indeed they are, Hans. Alaska sponsors Climate Pledge Arena and the Seattle Kraken. I think I got about an hour left before the sun, well, maybe 2 hours, since it's a long day today, probably about just over 14 hours of sunlight. Longest day of the year. Thank you, everybody, liking and subscribing. Appreciate y'all. San Diego arrival and then Turkish. Bounce, baby. the current humidity? Let us check after Turkish, because it's landing right now. There it is. There you go, Will.i.am. Beautiful. Almost 3 o'clock here at DFW International Airport and Pip's Plane Spotting Live. Thank you for tuning in. If nothing else, I hope I lose some weight from sweating to the heavies out here. Oh, that was my first yacht of the show. It's a good question. I have only flown Parker on the 787 once, and it was pretty nice. It was just an LA to DFW flight on American, so I don't know. I think where you'll really see the difference is if you were to sit like in premium seating, then you would know. Otherwise, like, everything seems similar. This is rare. This is rare when it's quiet at DFW. I say that, and here comes an E175. But not a whole lot taking off. Not a whole lot arriving. Getting ready for the next hub wave. Dan Reeves says A350 the way forward, flown on both. On one the carrier Qatar, and the A350 is superior in every way. Andrew says, I thought the 787 was really quiet. We do have a 747 inbound from Anchorage within the next hour or so. And then the hour after that, we have got our other A380. No, not at all. I just came to hide under the sun, out of the sun.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to hide out of the sun, I say it's all good. I have never flown on a 747 or an A380. I've been on a 777 before. I've been on a 787. I don't think I've even done the 767 though. I probably should have done a lot more non-revving when I was working for Envoy and Breeze, but I usually just flew domestically. ST Win, what's up? Just chilling. Just waiting for our next arrival. Speaking of our next arrivals here at DFW, we mentioned that we're about an hour out from our first 747 of the day, and then we are about 2 hours, less than 2 hours from the British Airways A380. Our next 5 arrivals are as followed: Envoy 3384 from Amarillo, American 2238 from Ontario, American 3281 from San Francisco on an A321, then American 314 Golf from Sacramento, and then 2687 from San Diego. Sounds like the business travelers. You know, not only does Delta fly in the 767-400 still, United has a few 767-400s as well, Andrew. PSA Steve says, I rode the American 787 Madrid to DFW. It was a great ride. So right now, you guys are making me think about traveling. I have about 80,000 Advantage miles and about 65,000 Delta Sky miles. And so I could do a big old journey. Yeah, chaotic bean. I should have been jump seating on the freighters for UPS or Calita. Oh, nice, Tim. Got a little break time off your break. Yeah, I'm just sweating to the heavies here. I'm checking out the humidity. I want to see what it is. I keep getting distracted. Let's see what we got. It's currently 94 in DFW. Feels like 105. The humidity is 51%. I thought it was like 75. Here comes our A321 from San Francisco. That's right, Parker. I don't know if San Diego could handle it. There'd be people laying all over the earth and in a pool. Tim says, hey, here's an idea. Maybe you can use some of those Advantage miles to get out of DFW and come to Denver sometime in July or August to see the A380 in Lufthansa. That's not a bad suggestion, Tim. I like that. I like that idea. Gotta make sure, though, that we can close like a couple of the runways on the east side, Tim, so that they will for sure land on the west side. Lufthansa will. Not a bad suggestion, sir, gentlemen. So the Weather Channel says today it's supposed to be 96, tomorrow 93, Wednesday 95 on Thursday. As you know, Tim, I just wish they built like a spotters area a lot closer to the runways. The airport's so spread out. All right, deal, Tim. I will make sure and give you a few weeks heads up. Alaska, ready to take off here on run 8 left. Yeah, 100%, Andrew. 100%. Denver, you could like play football in Denver's concourses. They're so large. Definitely hub and spoke. Makes total sense. Yeah, I always wondered why the U.S. airlines didn't ever pick up an A380 or two. But I guess it just made sense not to. Good observation. Parker says the A380 is usually pushed back from its gate. And it's still hanging out there. We'll keep an eye on that, Parker. Good eye. Next arrival, Envoy 3336 from Triple G. Triple G, Longview, Texas, east of here. And we have American 60 from Tokyo, Narita. A few minutes out. Arigato. Booyakacha! What's up, man? How's it going? It's the official home for the next couple weeks. So I left Tucson with 2 interviews in hand for different positions. I got here last week. I figured instead of paying rent in Tucson, I would at least come visit family here in Texas for a couple weeks. So I'm waiting to hear back from those job opportunities. And in the meantime, I'm here for the next couple of weeks, and the Mama and Papa Pip have been kind enough to allow me to stay with them for a couple of weeks. So I appreciate them. That's true, Andrew. Good point there. Andrew says debt load is too high in U.S. airlines. Only overseas airlines that can dip into taxpayer-backed funds can afford an A380. True. Hey, Christopher Brown, what's up, man? The Volkswagen Master Tech. It has been a while. It is great to see you, Christopher Brown. But then again, I probably did this to myself because I was moving, so I've been off the air for the last month. So to answer your question directly, Buyakacha, at least for a couple weeks, DFW is my home. Thank you very much, Christopher Brown, for your support and being a member of Exit Row for 6 months.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Buyakacha, that question, where would I rather be based on less humidity but hotter temperatures in Tucson? And then today we checked. It's currently 94 degrees with I'm saying it's about 60% humidity. It definitely is moist. I would say it's tough. That's like asking Buyakacha, would you rather get stabbed in the leg or in the arm? That's a tough one. So I don't know. Whew. This time of year, I'll tell you this. For the fact, man, this is tough. I will give the slight edge to Dallas right now, only because of proximity to large bodies of water, because there's a few man-made lakes in the DFW area, but it's not by much. I never realized how quiet it is in Tucson until I got back here last Friday and was woken up by the sound of lawnmowers on Saturday morning. That doesn't happen in Tucson. So that's a tough one. Andrew says, my workstation says 104 humidity at 10%. So I hate to say it, Pip, it is a dry heat today. Yeah, it is. But you know, Andrew, you're also 2,000, let's see, you're about 2,000 feet closer to the sun in Tucson, which to me makes a huge difference. So it's like you're a Sears Tower closer to the sun in Tucson. It's a good question, though. Chaotic Bean says, coming over to Colorado. So yeah, I can cool off with the Gators. T-Donji, what's going on? If I had to really choose Buyakacha, I would probably be in like a high altitude place like Bozeman, or maybe Aspen, Eagle, Colorado, or by Lake Michigan. Chicago, living downtown by the lake would be pretty great. Parker says we got a heavy at 777 from Tokyo Narita. That is American 60 heavy. Juniper Lane, Texas says, howdy, I sell rocks in Tucson, but I have not heard of this community. Countsy? Texas, 30 minutes of Beaumont. I love Tucson. The dry heat, this humidity in County makes it hard to breathe. Tucson sunsets are unparalleled. That is accurate. I apologize if I pronounced the town wrong. County, or is it Coonsey? Lakesboro, what's going on? From Melbourne, from down under. Yeah, Tucson is definitely the drier for sure. It honestly was like, you know what? Tucson is hot and it sucks, but it's not as bad as I thought it was. Yeah. Buyukachi, you want the viewers to decide where I work next? Wow, that's definitely exercising faith right there. That is. I did get a rejection email from Minneapolis. I got one from Denver. I was kind of surprised with Denver. I thought I would be a great candidate, but guess they had somebody else. Yeah, the humidity is definitely. Karen, what's up? Good morning to you. Yeah, another Melbourne check-in. But see, now you got me thinking. Tucson is dry. Great sunsets. The air conditioning is great because it's dry. There's no humidity. And here comes Tokyo Narita. This is our 777-200. I will tell you that, so the Tucson heat, in my opinion, like when you're out in it, it literally beats you up. It beats you down. Okay, Juniper Lane says pronounce Coons. Coons, Texas. Okay. All one syllable. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I did actually wear gloves. That is no joke. I would I would wear gloves on with the steering wheel. Buyukacha. That I would wear gloves. Now my last shift was 12 to 10 p.m. So at least the sun set, and I didn't have to deal with it as much. The car cooled down a little bit. Okay, cool, Samuel. I will look for those photos. Andrew says I'm bald, so I always wear a big hat in Arizona, even in the winter. And I don't have much coverage left, so I definitely wear a big hat too as well. And I was always really good about wearing. I feel like long pants, and at least had like those lightweight fishing shirts to cover my arms. Christopher Brown, we're crossing our fingers that in fact Qatar will in fact land on this side. I do see it there, and it appears that, well, it's got some traffic from the west, the downwind leg that might block it off. Yeah, I think it's going to land. Yep, I think it's going to land on the east side, sadly. Too much traffic blocking. That sounds fantastic, Parker. Speaking of that, I was playing around with something. Let's see if this works. I'm going to try something here. Oh, my session is timed out. Interact. Let's see. Oh, it kicked me out. Well, dang it. I was going to pull up flight radar in here in the upper right-hand screen, but now I'll no, not that. The browser. Okay. I'll have to reset it. No, it looks like Christopher Brown, doggone it. That Qatar is going to land on the east side. Oh, yeah. You know, Karen, we definitely burnt our bottoms a few times for sure. Especially, we also had the seat belts were legendary since they were metal in the summertime. You burnt a finger if you put on your seatbelt too quickly. You can change it. Yeah. I put down I like it. Booyakacha. I will say, I like to think that me living in Tucson for 16 months helped prepare me for hot summers, humid summers broadcasting here in DFW. Right, Parker? Yeah, I don't know why more ice cream doesn't get sold here at DFW. Maybe you need like a permit or something. Well, again, Parker, I think I'll sell the ice cream at the infinity pool that I build here, and I'll be set. All right, Jason Barnes asks, is your job interviews in aviation? And yes, thank you for asking, Jason. They are both in aviation. One is at Tucson Airport in a different department. So I'd worked at Tucson in airside operations and left there. And then I interviewed for another position in the marketing and communications. So, yes, that position is at Tucson Airport. The other position is airport operations at a Midwestern airport. I have not disclosed where that is, but it is at a Midwestern airport. So, yeah. Hey, F-150 San Antonio, Texas, thank you so much. $25 super chat. Unbelievable.
I want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you so much for your generosity and support. Thank you to everybody. And every little bit helps to keep the channel going. Whether it's 99 cents or $99 or $9 or $25. Thank you, everybody. Andrew, that is crazy. Dude, what is... That is seriously crazy. That is 100% crazy. Andrew says, I'm going to do something you're going to think is crazy, but I've been doing it for 40 years. Go ride my bike back to work in the 104-degree heat, and I'll ride back home in 107-degree heat. And he loves it. Wow. That is, Andrew, in the nicest way. That's pretty messed up. El Toro, you know what? I never heard back from Chicago. I did apply to O'Hare, but it is not O'Hare. I will say it is not O'Hare. But that every other airport, well, and you heard I got turned down from Minneapolis, so it's not Minneapolis either, but every other airport in the Midwest is in play. Oh, that's true. That's true. When you when you're flying in a little single engine, there's no air conditioning. So yeah, that is true. Riding a bike home after you've been in 120 degrees is probably a nice cool down. That's a good point. All right, Andrew, have a good one. That's a good point. I did not think about that. After being in like a Cessna with no air conditioning, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. It might be Grand Rapids. Yeah, it might be Grand Rapids. But, shh. Or it might not be. Tucson Airport looks like DFW, except for the lack of mountains. Just Bean says, is it Detroit? It could be Detroit. It also could not be. All right, I got 2 waters and half a Gatorade left. Bootycatcher says it's only 80 today, so very seasonable there in the Midwest in Grand Rapids. Yes, Christopher Brown, DFW is very similar as far as parallel runways. DFW has 5 parallel runways that are north and south. 2 on this side, 3 on the east side. But in addition, they also have 2 crosswind runways here at DFW because occasionally we do get strong crosswind days. So yes. We also do get the A380s. I don't know if that's going to be long-term service, if they're just doing seasonal, but regardless, we're loving it. So Christopher Brown, before COVID hit, British Airways would fly the 747-400 from London Heathrow, and Qantas would fly the A380. So before COVID, we did have an A380. Just missed Qatar there. Dang it, blast. Jason says, I flew from DFW to Charlotte and was shocked how bad of the airport layout Charlotte is. It's terrible, not to mention it was shoulder to shoulder. I'm only laughing, Jason, because it's true. I will confess, Charlotte is not one of my favorites. Not one of my favorites. However, I said this to our friend First Officer Mark. I said, you know what? I've been pretty hard on Charlotte. I think it's time we pick a new airport that is most frustrating. So I would say, so we brought this up. I have a friend who's a first officer for a major airline, and we brought this up, and he said Denver gets on his nerves. Seattle gets on my nerves. Denver, he said, and then I think there was one more that gets on his nerves. But I think Denver, we were like, yeah. And Christopher Brown, I'm going to try and see if I can name all our international arrivals here at DFW. So there's Qantas, British Airways, Cathay Pacific, Finnair, Iberia, Japan Airlines, Lufthansa, Air France, Qatar, Emirates, Korean Air, Turkish, Eva Air, Fiji, Cathay Pacific, Royal Jordanian, Aeromexico, Viva Aerobus, Volaris, Air Canada. Watch this, I'll probably miss one or two. I think I named all of them. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. The audience is always good at catching the ones I miss. Oh my gosh, 67 degrees in Indy. Flew to Miami and was impressed with the size, and it's crazy busy. Samuel Rosebrock says, yeah, Miami is pretty crazy busy. It's one of Americans' favorite hubs. Buyukacha says, so if no job choice poll, when do you think you'll have an idea and let the legion of Pippites know where you're going? Potentially by this, I'll say by the end of next week, before the July 4th holiday. They're supposed to let me, I think, know before the end of this week. So, but I'll just say the end of July, or before the 4th of July. Yeah, I might just be bringing live action from all over. That's true. Certainly a possibility too, Parker, for sure. See, and the catch with Denver is when anything is built in Denver, it has to be big. Whether it's a concourse expansion, a new runway, elevators, it has to be big. It can't be small. It's like, we're going to create like 50 new gates here. Now, Indy consistently, Samuel Rosebach, Indy always consistently consistently ranks as one of the top airports in America. Next arrivals from San Jose Del Cabo on a 737-800. Then it's Envoy 4040 from Wichita Falls, Texas. Envoy 3700 from McAllen. Envoy 4084 from San Antonio. And Envoy 4202 from Monterrey, Mexico. Yeah, the question is, and whenever I fly into Denver, my first thought is, how long is my walk going to be? And that's usually always my first question. Hey, no, it's all good. I appreciate it, Buyukacha. I appreciate the support for sure. If you didn't catch it, I did do a post on yesterday. I typed out a post in the community section on my post page in YouTube, kind of a little more detail on why I left Tucson. So you can check that out for yourself. It gives you a little more information. But yeah, before the 4th of July, which is only really 2 weeks away. PSA Steve says, I never found Charlotte to be a problem. Been there many times, but DFW is my beef because a major hub, the airline keeps changing gates, which means changing terminals. That's very true. You know what's going to happen is, so they're going to get done with Terminal F, and then American's going to use that, and then another airline's going to come in too. So let me be clear, like Charlotte from where it was, let's say 5-6 years ago, let's say before the pandemic, is way better than it was. They still have a lot of work to do. They've got to build that 4th parallel runway. They got to build the other end around. But it's certainly not as bad as it was before the pandemic. So I will say that. It's like E175 Fest. It's all Embraers all the time. Maybe Spirit will be revived. I still think so. I got a little bit of pushback on this, but I still think everybody keeps talking about Southwest wanting to enter DFW International Airport. And everybody says American's going to not let that happen. However, I still think like it's a possibility. Especially now that Spirit is defunct for now, there's a whole bunch of open gates here at DFW. But that's just my 2 cents. Now, if that were the case, I'm sure there would be also gates available for American at Love Field. PSA Steve says, can you smuggle a rocking chair out of Charlotte? Yeah, they do. That's the tough, that's a tough thing to smuggle, PSA Steve. You'd have to break that thing apart. Good old rocking chairs, that's good wooden construction. Oh, man. Yeah, that would be a tough one. That would be a tough one. Probably have a better chance of smuggling like barbecue out of there. Parker says American will buy a Love Field from the city, and then Southwest will have to move to Waco. Okay, Samuel Rosebrock, I did get the pictures. I can confirm. I did get the pictures. I will make sure and post those because that's awesome. I thought that was pretty cool that you were able to catch those diversions from Indianapolis, the big boys from Chicago. Yeah, and I'm surprised Zip Air doesn't fly in here. Really begs the question, okay, what's the next airline to come to DFW? Is it Air India? Will it finally happen? It's only been like 2 years we've been talking about it. Past the 4-hour mark of broadcasting. Thank you so much for everybody tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe and consider supporting the channel if you enjoy the coverage so that we can continue our broadcast and go to new and exciting places and entertain and inform as well. Whoa, Juniper Lane, $50 super chat. Thanks for your time. Safe flying. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you.
And here's Juniper Lane. I am sending you some dry air I brought from Tucson in a ball jar that I'm sending your way over to Coons. Thank you so much, Juniper Lane, for your generous contribution supporting the channel. Appreciate that greatly. And feel free to email me if you have any questions. Or if you have questions, just shoot them there in the chat. But I will send you the ball jar with dry air. That was a long way down on the touchdown. You have a great day as well. Speaking of great days, our next guaranteed broadcast will be Wednesday at Love Field, most likely. I might sneak down here tomorrow night. Depends how I feel when I wake up tomorrow. But our next guaranteed broadcast will be at Love Field, most likely on Wednesday. Just got to figure out a time. All right, we got a heavy after a little bit of a break in our heavy action. We've got American 280 from Seoul, South Korea on a 787-9 Dreamliner, number 3. Next up will be another E-175 from Veracruz, Mexico. American 2644 from Santa Ana on a MAX 8. And American 280. So go ahead and sound the heavy alert. Look who it is. Rob Viking 1 Aviation. What is up? Rob, I didn't even respond to your comment, but I did see it. I'll make sure to respond to it. But it is great to see you from down under. Still a possibility, Samuel Rosebrock. Yes. So I have to give credit where credit is due. For sure. Airplane, Planes, Trains, and Cows. He did a live stream late at Indy, and he beat me to the punch. And I know Walt did a stream at Indy. But yes, I would most definitely like to do Indy for sure. So yes, that is in the cards. As far as a time frame, don't know exactly when that'll be. However, yes. Number one, because I used to live in the Indianapolis area for like 6 years. So it'll be great to get back. And number two, it's in the Midwest, so not too far from Chicago and my sister. So yeah, I just got to figure out timing-wise. Trying to see where we were supposed to have a 747 from Kalita Air towards the top of the hour, so I'm trying to track that down currently, see if that is still the plan. $3:56. Okay. So next 20 minutes, which means it's already on descent, and I have located it. I've located not one, but two 747s. So we had a super delayed China Airlines cargo from this morning from Anchorage that is on its way, and then right behind that would be the Kalita Air 747. So we got some double 747 action, which is what we like to see. Pen, what's going on? Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I appreciate it. It's good to be back. I never knew that my skin could feel so soft. Yes, it is true. My skin is definitely much softer than it is in Tucson. That's what dew points and humidity will do for you. Soft skin. And there is our Dreamliner from Seoul. Whoa! Nice and firm. Oh, very cool, Pen. Hey, you know, July 4th is a good day to fly. Lighter traffic, holiday. Yeah, a little firm on the touchdown there, Joel. Little firm. Makes me think about having to clean the runway for the rubber removal. We never did so there's a number of different ways to clean rubber off a runway. They've got kind of like high-speed pressure washer trucks that do it, or you can do it the old-fashioned way. There's a number of different ways you can do it to do rubber removal. But the one thing I do know is that's some serious PSI, pounds per square inch, if you're trying to get rubber off a runway. They do not have air, so they can file a report through the FAA, but it's not necessarily an aviation safety action program through the FAA. Chaotic being, or at least I've never been told about it, so it's a little bit different. And I think part of that is because. So, for example, the certificate. All right, this might explain it. I don't know if this is true, but with a certificate holder that's, let's say, a pilot or a dispatcher, those certificates are assigned directly to that person. But when you get a certificate as an airport, that certificate is assigned to the airport. So maybe the higher ups in the airport may report safety issues or may have to, but the certificate is assigned to the entire airport. So I wonder, I've never been told this, but I wonder if the managers or like the CEO or the COO of an airport would be the designee for like an ASAP program. So I don't know if that's true, but just a thought on that, Chaotic Bean. I will take that recommendation, Penn. I wanted to go. Rainy Cajun has a Japanese wife, and he keeps telling me I need to go to Tokyo. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of standardization of practices and policies from different airports because, remember, Chaotic Bean, the airports in the United States are all basically, most of them, if not all of them, are part of a trade organization called the Association of American Airport Executives, so AAAE. And so I think a lot of that is where they set probably standardization of practices and policies. Parker says, Pip, if you miss the F-16s, the JRB stays pretty busy Monday through Friday. Has been nonstop over my house all day. Lots of touch and go. You're exactly right, Parker. A lot of F-35 action with the Lockheed plant. And then the F-18 Hornets there at the JRB. So yes. I just, that's a great point, Parker. I would just love to see if the JRB would love to just give me a declassified schedule of the takeoffs and whatnot. Dan Reeves says, I keep telling you, Pip, that you need to go to Tokyo Narita, preferably. I speak from experience. It's awesome. All right, Dan. So that's 2 people. Batteries are doing well today, but I think it's about time to swap out another battery here, so. Stand by. Battery change. Oh, look who it is. The Queen of Wilmington, Ramona Aviation. What's shaking, Ramona? The A319 winglets. If I've said this probably on past broadcasts, but if I was to start an airline, I would probably start it with A319s. I really would. Just because of performance, size-wise, I think they would be like an ideal fit. Okay. We are doing it. Uh-oh. This 747 is going to land on 13 right, China Airlines. What the heck, man? I guess it kind of makes sense, and it looks like, oh man, Kalitta's landing on 13 right too. This is egregious. This is an egregious violation. So it looks like both of our 747s are landing on runway 13 right. That's not cool. Joe says probably go A320, A321, also a good choice for range. So yeah, let's see if we can at least see them as they are landing over on 13 right. We can't see 13 right from this position per se, but we can maybe see the aircraft. So I like the 319 because just performance for like short runway airports, and also the fact that instead of having 4 flight attendants, I could get away with having 3 because the FAA has a rule. Oh, hold on, hold that thought. I think I see the. Let's see if we can. That pole is in the way. If I'm going to be doing it any favors. No, wait, no. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, I'll be prepared for the next Kalitta. Fart. I agree. This is of real concern to us, Parker. We'd like to know who's running tower. They need to, I need to make a phone call. That's what Can you imagine, like, I've never done it before, but I'm always tempted, Parker, to, especially if I'm doing a show, to call tower or TRACON, Terminal Radar Approach Control, and be like, hey, is there any way that you could send us the 747s? I've always been really tempted to do that. Or if they'll just straight hang up on me and be like, no, bye. Meanwhile, arriving on our runway, we know for 100% that the British Airways will land on our runway that we have, 18 right. So American 3218, SkyWest 4912 from Aspen, American 2609, and Envoy 3768. Thank you, Dan. We'll see you next time. Appreciate you, Dan. Hey, look at that. Our good friend, Rob. You are awesome, Rob. Thank you so much. Thank you for that contribution from down under New Zealand to help fund a stream in Tokyo Narita.
Might want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you, Rob. That would be awesome. So I'm pointing the camera that way, so at least maybe we can get a glimpse of the Kalitta Air 747-400 that is landing on 13 right. I don't know if we'll see it. Oh, there it is. Yep. There it be. And it's so far away, the camera doesn't like it. So yeah, that's how big the airport is It's landing way over there. Now the runway is on a diagonal, so by the time it lands, it'll be much closer. But yeah, there it is. So there is the 13 right arrival. So 2 747s on 13 right. Broke my heart. Hey, but don't be discouraged because our A380 is going to land on this side. No problem. 100%. Ramona Aviation says, one day I'm going to buy you that XKLM 747-400 that's sitting in Kansas City. We are only $3,999,640 away from it.
I want to think about dropping him a thank you note.
Thank you for the support, Ramona Aviation. Nick says hello from Weatherford. What's up, Nick? Thank you, everybody, for liking and subscribing. Again, there is a possibility we might do an evening broadcast tomorrow, but for sure, 100% unless something comes up. Wednesday is our next scheduled show, probably at Love Field. Just trying to figure out which time will work best. Do we do like a afternoon, early afternoon, or do we start in the morning? Just trying to decide what works best. You mean the CRJs in Tucson? Yeah, we could probably pick one of those up for about $500,000. We can pick up like a mothballed CRJ for about $500,000 from SkyWest. It's been a real pleasure being back on the air with you, and I'd also like to thank the clouds for blocking the sun. That's been a real pleasure too, in helping me survive. I love it. Thank you, Joel. Appreciate you tuning in, watching. We'll see you on the next one. Appreciate it. I could. That's very true, Rod. I could pick up an old Spirit. And, you know, I do know some people who are storing them. I think there's one or two Spirits at Tucson International. Maybe I could convince them to sell me it. Not a bad suggestion. Oh, there's the 250. There's the 250. Hey. All right. The old E175 250. Parker giving us an update. Looks like we got a Venice 787 and the Dublin 777 on the way soon. Thank you, Parker. Oh, very cool. Well, Ramona got that 250. Nice. Oh, well, that is a special. No.
Well, isn't that special?
Sure is. It does sound like that. I was looking over that way, El Toro, to see if the beacon is on. Yes, they may be doing a pre-flight check, but I do see a beacon on this 767 over here. So, Chaotic Bean asked a good question. How was it that the Allegiant and Sun Country merger was allowed and not the Spirit JetBlue? And the best way I could say is JetBlue and Spirit well, for one, they basically own Fort Lauderdale. So they would have had to give up a lot of slots. They own a lot of the East Coast, so they would have had given a lot of slots. And I think it was probably, it was more of it felt like a rummage sale. Like JetBlue just wanted the planes. If Spirit had done a Frontier merger, would have made total sense. Oh, and the other thing is JetBlue and Spirit's product line is different. Spirit was all about bare bones. JetBlue had mint seats. They had European connections. They had the most legroom in coach. They, So at that aspect, it just did not make any sense. Now, the flip side of the Allegiant and Sun Country, in my opinion, Sun Country and Allegiant run the same type of business model. They run, even though Allegiant runs a lot of Airbus right now, they're going to run a lot of Boeing products as well, and Sun Country's an all Boeing fleet. In addition to that, Sun Country, Allegiant, I don't think, did they fly to Minneapolis? If they did, it was very small, and then they left. So they run a lot of complementary operations. So that's my opinion. We're going to be broadcasting Booyakach at least for about another hour until the A380 gets in from British Airways, and then we'll kind of see from there. I don't want to overdo it in the humidity and heat. We're on 4 hours, so not too bad. So we'll see. Venice is going 13 right. What? Oh boy. I tell you what. I'll tell you what. This is an ASAP report here. Filing an ASAP report for insufficient spacing to prevent multiple heavies. That is most certainly an ASAP report. So, yeah. Q, what's going on? Sun Country operates cargo flights for Amazon Prime too. Yes, it does. Yep, so good point there as well. Hey, no problem, Booyakacha. If I don't catch you later on, we'll be on most of the day. I think Wednesday's show, hopefully it'll be about the same or a little bit longer. I'm trying to work up to like 7 or 8 hour shows, you know, get my body used to the heat and make sure I have enough hydration and then kind of work up to it. What's up, Seattle Flights? You were over at the Olympic Air Show. Awesome, dude. You know what? I think I was busy on the weekend with Father's Day, but I did see you. I did leave a like. So that's excellent. Another air show. Oh my goodness. It is the season for air shows. Sun Country based in Minneapolis reminds me, Pip, you still need to do a stream from MSP. I know. You have a great memory, and it is on the to-do list. Rob, it's probably the #1 airport that's on the to-do list. Yeah, thankfully I haven't had to wear the long sleever pants today because the canopy's been good about covering the sun. Thank you everybody for liking and subscribing. The support has been wonderful. Thank you all. There's the Qatar flight, I think, or no. That's not moving, sorry. Rodito says, 1964 says, hello. And I say, hello back as the host of the show, Pip Hastings. Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome to DFW International Airport, episode 509 of Pip's Plane Spotting Live. This is the third busiest airport in the entire world. I did see that Argentina, they're going to be flying fans back, or the team back, tomorrow at 7 a.m., by the way. So it's going to be an early departure for the Argentine fans and squad. Or maybe it's just the fans, I don't know. But yes, somebody said on the DFW spotters page that Argentina's departing like at 7 tomorrow morning. Maybe I should check on that. That's the word on the street. Next arrivals here on runway 18 right is, hold on, come on. All right, Colorado Springs, flown by SkyWest 3690, American 407 from Anchorage, American 990 from Jackson, Wyoming on an A319, and then we finally get a heavy, American 133 from Dublin to DFW on a 777-200. Gridiron Air just being, they fly a lot of sports charters. I know they also fly, I've seen them fly the Cardinals. So my understanding is they do a lot of sports charters. And it is a 777. Yeah, they would probably be a supplemental 121 carrier, just being, because they don't do regularly scheduled flights. They might even be, I think they would be supplemental 121. Hence the flight follower. Seattle Flight says, Pip, I'm inviting you out to the Seattle airport. We finally have our new plane spotting area. It's located in the sea gates. I always go in the terminal with the visitor's pass. It is lovely. Well, thank you for the invitation, and I will definitely take you up on that invitation. It's glad to hear that they finally have something. I know Rainy Cajun's been meaning to check it out, Seattle Flights. Yeah, I was excited to see that they had something. For sure. Oh, look, it's our friends from Airside Operations doing some FOD checks, possible runway inspection. Or taxiway. It's definitely a challenge at bigger airports to get the mandated inspections done, or you have to do them really quickly, like at 80 miles an hour. Any thought? Nope. See ya. The wind has calmed down a little bit. Parker says, American has added a seasonal World Cup flight to Buenos Aires nonstop from DFW. I can't confirm nor deny whether I will be there next month. Omni Air, another supplemental carrier. Yeah, Hans. And a reminder, if you're looking for that next camera or lens, I don't get a sponsorship for it because Jeff Bezos never wrote me back. But it is Amazon Prime Day starting tomorrow, I think. So I know I need to get a couple things. Lynn Christie loving and leaving us. Wow. Lynn, breaking our hearts. Thank you, Lynn, for the wonderful moderating. Have a wonderful evening there. Stay cool. We'll be praying for you. I'll be praying for the dogs. And thank you, and we'll see you on the next one, Lynn. Yeah, the UK getting some warm temps over there. Oh, our next heavy alert. Dublin. I totally forgot about it. Oops. Little bit behind the 8 ball there, Pip. Drop the ball a little bit there. Next A rivals are SkyWest 6256 from Stillwater, American 1911 from Reno, Nevada. So they turned on the APU for the 747. If you can see, you might be able to see the heat emanating from the APU back there in that little light. So that noise you hear is the APU engine on the 747. Now, I don't know, again, if they're doing like a pre-flight maintenance check or not. But that is the noise you hear. There you can see the beacon is on, but the cargo door is still open, which makes me suspect that they're just doing some maintenance checks. Who knows? We could see it taxi out. And Parker, they are finally moving the A380 off the gate just in time for the British Airways in the next 45 minutes. So there it is, though, being towed off the gate. That's right, Hans. Still waiting to see those Avelo E2s. It's going to be a while, but Avelo did say they're going to start flying to the new McKinney Airport, the airport, McKinney National, which is going to start commercial service for the first time ever, either this year, at the end of this year, or early 2027. And McKinney's towards Frisco, where I live, so that's interesting. Hey, and there's our Lufthansa A340 taxiing. It's going to be probably heading over to the east side, or maybe it'll hang out over here. We will see. Meanwhile, we've got this 737-800 taking off. got the 737 landing. Dave from North Little Rock, what's happening, man? I am back in the DFW. How art thou, sir? The pleasure is all mine to have you join us. I don't know if I'm working in DFW. I left Tucson, right? And I had a couple weeks to kill, and so I figured instead of working in paying rent, just waiting for job interviews, I would come back to Texas. So that is, so I'm here for the next couple weeks at least. What is up, Carolina Aviation? Oh, there's the A340. I was like, where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. It was moving, so yeah, that A340 taking off there. Heading over to the east side. Renee, I'm here for at least the next couple weeks. So here, long story short, I was leaving my job in Tucson, and then I was going to move here, but then a interview or a job in a different department came up in the airport in Tucson. So I'm like, oh, I'll apply. And so I interviewed and waiting to hear back on that job. But I also interviewed for an airport in the Midwest, and I'm waiting on that. So I figured in the meantime, instead of paying rent and being unemployed, I'd try and make, you know, some money with the channel and broadcasting and whatnot, staying active. So that would be interesting to see the G90s. That would be interesting. I don't know how much longer, Dave. Does anybody know? I don't know the answer to this. So that's. Does anybody know how much longer Lufthansa is going to be flying the A340s? What? Q is in the Philippines. What up, Q? Ah, the Philippines. First Officer Mark would love that. And also my nephew who lived over in the Philippines. Hope you are getting some Jollibee chicken there or some good rice and chicken, Q. Oh my goodness, it's Legitimate Aviation with his viral video blowing up. What's going on? Okay, so Legitimate says the A340 600s retire October 18th. Hey, that's the day before my birthday. All right. Can everybody hear me okay? Everybody hear me okay? Well, thank you, Renee. Yeah, the audio went bye-bye because my power box or my power brick died. It's out of juice, so I had to grab the other power box. So we're back. That's one of the things I'm considering buying is like a big old power box that can power everything. But that might be overkill because those are like $700-800. But we're back. Thank you. Okay, you guys can all hear me okay. All right, cool. I thought so. I was just making sure. So thankfully, rain and thunderstorms have held off. The 747 over here, they're still doing some pre-departure maintenance stuff. So again, I'm thinking leaning towards Love Field. The question is, will it be from the spotting area, which I would like to do, but the sun kind of peaks out. So it depends the timing of it. So it either would be really early in the morning or I might have to drive tomorrow there and do some scouting, maybe tomorrow evening. So we will see. No, they have not. They have not added the restroom yet, Dave from North Little Rock. Damon Smith says the A340-300s will be gone by 2028. Thank you for doing the research on that, Damon. And we got an A220-300 whale taking off. That's an excellent point. Q says A340 can barely get out of its own way departing DFW. Loaded down. Yeah, I really wish, I must confess. All right, here's a hot take. You guys might think, guys and gals might think I'm a horrible person. But I've had just about enough of the A340 here at DFW. I would like something new. I would like either a 787 or the A350. That way we would get a chance at the 100-year livery. I've had enough with the A340. Thank you. Send it to Chicago. I know some of you may not appreciate that, but I just wanted to get that out there. Send us an A350. Send us a 787. Shoot, send us a 787. Send us a 747. No, Kevin, we're expecting British Airways in about 25-30 minutes. British Airways, Parker, we saw when we were here in May. Yeah. No, we didn't because it wasn't that. I think it was canceled on that Monday or something. So no, I have not seen it. I'll have to look. But yeah, it's definitely been a while, especially on South Flow. Damon says I'll miss it when it's gone, and maybe a little bit, Damon. But I don't know. I've had my fair share of A340 hair dryers. But that's just my take. I know you all think I'm a horrible person now. I mean, shoot, even send us an A340 600. Send us the flying footlong. But, you know, I would just like to see it. A little variety. Exactly. It is a dinosaur. It's a dinosaur. And it's taking off right now. The old 707, I do enjoy the KC-135s we would get occasionally in Tucson, Dave. We got the Tide Pod taking off. If you're just joining us, welcome into Pip's Plane Spotting Live. We are 20 minutes, or less than 20 minutes, well, 20 minutes from the A380 British Airways. I'm hoping Royal Jordanian somehow by some enormous miracle lands on our side, but I am not optimistic. So ATC, if you can hear me, can you please send Royal Jordanian our way? You already blew it with the 747s. You owe us. You owe us. All right, we're rolling out to Portland on this A321. Portland, Oregon, that is. $267 likes. Thank you so much, Randy. Thanks, everybody, for liking and subscribing. I guess this is our comeback show, so, oh. Just like that. I think that was a shout out. That was a nice shout out. That was a nice shout out by ARF. Now Alaska taking off. Yeah, I figured. You know, if they were further apart, Parker, I might be more optimistic. But yeah, I just don't see it happening. The condolences kind of, you know, is close. It's touching. All right, United 2413 going to San Francisco is what you see here. Getting ready to take off. Sorry, I'm shaking the camera. Damon says it's 10:30 in Wales and it's still 74 degrees. Ah, yes, a heat wave in Wales. That sounds kind of yucky. Iceland looks more appealing each day. Q says Lufthansa operated the A340 back in the 1990s when I worked at the Terminal B. Maintenance would hose down the brakes after every landing to cool them. That's interesting. I didn't. I definitely did not know that. Cool off the brakes. If you're just joining us, welcome in. Pip's Plane Spotting Live here on a, what is it, Monday afternoon? Checking out the A380, landing here in just about 10 minutes. Southpaw says, everybody have a great night. I'm out of here, Pip. Thanks for the live stream. You are welcome, Southpaw. We'll see you in the next one. Dave says, looks like the A380 is coming to our side. Network Intel says, hey, hey, and I say, hey, hey, back. Welcome, welcome. And Southpaw, have a great night, man. Enjoy the cooler weather. You know, the nice thing, Dave, the one thing I can always predict, there's not anything I'm 100% sure of except for the A380. The A380 here at DFW can only land on this side. I mean, theoretically, I guess it could land on the east side if it were an emergency. But the problem is there's no gates on the east side that can facilitate and the more important thing is the bridge isn't big enough. The bridges are not big enough for the A380. So they typically always 100% of the time land on the west side, which is nice. Absolutely. We love having new people. That's how the channel grows. And we're so grateful for that network intel. Hopefully you'll learn a thing or two and enjoy the coverage. Yeah, but the A380 always has to land at on this side. So that is the one nice thing. I don't know, Dave, if it's the width of the bridge or the actual weight. But yeah, it can only land on the west. It can theoretically it can only land on the west side. I mean, the weight requirements, the weight for the runways, I think are all the parallels are basically the same. So in theory, I guess, in reality, they can only land on the west side. In theory, let me clear that up. They could theoretically, I think, land on the east side, but they couldn't cross the bridge, and it would be a nightmare to try and get people off the plane. So that would be the correct way of explaining that. Chase says, Flight 4021 just departed left field and already diverting to Denver. Wonder what the deal is. They might, if it's interesting, if they departed left field and are diverting to Denver, I think they might have hit the wrong button on the transponder codes or on the squawk, like oops, or on the FMS. That's happened before. We're like, why are you diverting? And they text back, we're not diverting. The weight is the problem crossing the bridge, Parker says. Thank you, thank you. Sounds like the glory days, Q. Q says, was wild. British Speedbird operated, the DC-10 Korean operated, Korean Thai 747-400s, ATA L1011s, 727 Sun Country. Dang! And that's what I call variety, Q. It's supposed to go to LaGuardia. Okay, so that tells me, Chase, that I bet LaGuardia is, there's diversions due to the weather. All right, here comes the heavy. British Airways, rockin' and rollin' will be our next arrival. I wonder what's going on in LaGuardia. We knew there was the possibility for thunderstorms, Chase, and I wonder if they're repositioning the plane and the passengers for a later flight, which is possible. Really? Jim Rockford says, all this land used to be owned by a Euless postal man. The second largest airport by land in the United States was owned by a Ulyss Postleman. Son of a gun. That guy saw the future. That's pretty cool. And as expected, Royal Jordanian arrives on the east side. Radical. Nice. Pretty awesome. Let's see, Chase, if I can use my deductive reasoning to figure out, now that we got the A380 out of the way, let's see what we got. What is Cathay Pacific? Oh, you know what? Cathay Pacific. Short bit away. Jim Rockford says Ulyss has a big population. One of the biggest in America. Ulyss is a city next to DFW Airport. Jim Rockford giving us the Rockford files and all sorts of interesting facts. That is interesting. All right, so I'm optimistic that Cathay Pacific potentially will land on the west side. Maybe we'll make that our last arrival. Where art thou, Cathay Pacific? Ah, I see you. Okay, everybody cross your fingers. No 13 right. You will land on 18 left, Cathay Pacific. So I'm sitting down here, so hope you can humor me sitting down for a minute. But as long as we stay in the shade, I think we're okay even in this hot weather, as long as we ice down the Wi-Fi hotspot once in a while. Dave in North Little Rock says the FIFA game is getting drowned in Philadelphia right now. All right, so Chase says a plane from Dallas is diverting to Denver. It was scheduled to LaGuardia. Let's take a look and see what's happening in LaGuardia. What kind of chaos is happening in some of the busiest airspace in the world? Interesting. I don't know. What's up, Hyro? All right, so yeah, they're I see some diversions. You got diversions going to Philly. All right. Offhand chase. Scroll up. Okay. We got diversions from 2 o'clock on in LaGuardia. Yep, we got Delta flights diverting, delays, Memphis. Okay. So Chase, no, don't say that. 183. Oh my gosh, 182 Quebec. Son of a gun. All right. I'm writing a long email to Traycon to remedy this. Not cool, dude. Not cool. Not cool. Is this what we're gonna do now? Is we're gonna put all the heavies on Weenie 13 right? So Chase, I would say the reason that Southwest flight is diverting to Denver instead of going to LaGuardia is probably due to the weather in LaGuardia on the East Coast, thunderstorms, and so forth. Yeah, it looks to be the case. Wow. How can you arrive on the Victory arrival and then stick it to us by landing on 13 right? I think there's somebody in ATC who doesn't like me. That's the only thing I can assume. Why? How could you do this? Well, folks, as you can see, I have no power. I have no power. I have no clout. I'm serious, though. I'm going to send them an email, and they're going to laugh at me and think I'm crazy because they're like, you literally have no influence on us on how to space out ATC. All right, Damon, have a great night. Interesting, Parker. That is perplexing. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to find out. I know some people. So they've been landing on 13 right and taking off on 17. Wow. Well, my friends, we still provide plenty of entertainment, variety. And we'll continue to. So, with that being said, I think I'm going to wrap it up, and say thank you to everybody. Not that. There we go. Hey, guys, it's great being back here in DFW. Thank you for the amazing support today. Thanks, of course, to our moderators, Parker, Lynn, Matt Man, Rainy Cajun. You guys have done an excellent job in welcoming everybody. Our next show, if not tomorrow night, will most definitely probably be Wednesday at Love Field. And you can look forward to that. Big thank you to everybody who contributed today to help support the channel and continue it and make sure that it is on good standing. Thank you to Texas Girl. Thank you to Michael V. Andre. Thank you, Scott Kuiper. Thank you, Juniper Tree, Texas. Thank you. Thank you to Roblox. Thank you to Ramona Aviation, Hans, Moose Turder, Rob from New Zealand, F-150 San Antonio, Texas. You guys are awesome. Thank you, Chase. I will catch some Macy, and we'll see you, if not tomorrow night, on Wednesday. Thank you all for your contributions. So yes, stay tuned for a start time for Wednesday, most likely at Love Field. We're looking forward to being back at Love Field. It might be from the parking garage for some shade, but stay tuned. We'll give you updates as the interview processes go on and where we head next. But thank you, Randy. Thank you, ST Win. Thank you, Q. Thank you, Dave. Chase. Hey, and you know what? I'm going to try and get home and see if I can see how many diversions there were on the East Coast. Because it could get interesting. It could get interesting. You guys are the best. And even though we're sweating to the heavies, I appreciate you sticking with us and having fun and learning at the same time. So for now, it is the Pipster saying goodbye. Episode 509 is in the books. Pip's Plane Spotting Live will be on the air on a day in the next 48 hours. We'll see you guys. Have a great night, everybody. Now I'm going to play some sound effects. See ya. Hi, everybody. I could have used a little more confidence.
Just what were you